Had to laugh. I'm listening to a little bit of Dan Patrick yesterday, and he brings in one of his guys from his betting podcast to go over the bets that he's making for the preseason game. I think he lost all of them. I think he lost every bet he made. Not positive, but I think he did.
I got the one I wanted. The guy in the Twitch chat room asked me about interceptions. I said first half interceptions over under 1.5 over.
The Lions fumbled the opening kick and a punt.
Yep.
So bad. I had it on the other TV just because, amazingly, to look over at the ticker during Happy Gilmore, but the movie ended. It was halftime, and we went to, I put it out in this. I put it out in the bedroom for like a minute. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to bed. I don't care. I really don't care. Oh, I gotta send Pat a link. Do we need to text or email Ryan?
Oh, I'm doing it.
I might F with him and text him in a half hour or two and say your second reminder. Paula, it is a preseason game. Stop it.
Come on, Paula. Seriously?
Stop it. You're better than that.
Come on. Come on, Paula.
Well, golf, of course not. I mean, come on, Paula. Name a team that loses their starter and is still going to be good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first day of August. Is it a football Friday?
Football Friday?
How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm good, David. Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay. It's been a good week. I mean, here we are. We're in August. All right. Hot damn. All right. There'll be meaningful football played before the month is up, at least in the college ranks. Now I can start to consider getting fired up. It's still a long ways away. You know, you and I go a week at a time, if not a day at a time, if not a show segment at a time. So, you know, I mean, our windows are smaller than most, but I feel as if beginning this morning, I am getting there.
Fair enough. And, you know, yesterday helped me get there a little bit, and not because of the stupid preseason game that was played last night. But I will say, you know, in talking to my son yesterday, and we were going about how close we are to college football, and he's a huge Saturday fan way over Sunday. And I'm like, yeah, week 0 doesn't count. He's like, what do you mean? We got Iowa State, Kansas State. At least we got a Power 4 game. We got two teams that, they kind of matter. And that at least got me saying, he's right. I've only got to go a couple more weeks before I watch an actual game that has meaning. Now, there's not much else that day that has meaning, but it's a noon kickoff. Kansas State, Iowa State, little Big 12 action to get us started. And it's a game that, matters in the standings and matters for both of those teams. K-State always decent. So that encouraged me. That kind of helped yesterday.
So he talked you into counting some part of week 0?
Yeah. Yeah.
The game's not even played in the States,
Why does that matter anymore?
I just asking.
No, I mean, that's it's a relevant point, but why does that matter? We have NFL games, several that are played in Europe. Do those games not matter?
No, they do. But then again, they're not played on, what is it? August 23rd? I mean, that just seems early. That just seems as if am I really supposed to take this seriously? It's in Dublin. I mean, it's got to be in Ireland. The game is sponsored by Aer Lingus. So you're gonna sell me Iowa State, Kansas State, and Dublin.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, I am going to. If you don't want to watch, that's on you. But this is real football. It's a game with two Power 4 teams in it. I don't know what else when you haven't had football for that long, and I'm giving you two programs that are average programs. I mean, this isn't, I don't know, Purdue playing Mississippi State.
Right. They're better than that.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm good without it. But I understand. Okay. Hey, sell it. Sell it. I mean, that takes the number down. All right. That takes the number down. Instead of the magic numbers being 27 and 34, that makes your first number 22.
Exactly.
Right? And it means that for you, counting week 0, Monday, your first number will be in the teens.
There you go. There you go. And it's one of those things because week 0 actually happens to fall on my birthday. That Saturday is my birthday. And so not only can I watch the game, I have total control that day. I can say, leave me alone. I can say, come sit with me and watch it. What do you want to do on your birthday? I want to watch Iowa State and Kansas State. What do you think about that?
Wow. That's true.
David, if it were one of the other games and I tried to pull that, I think my family would pull rank on me. If I said I want to watch Fresno State at Kansas, I think that they may say, are you kidding me? But noon, Iowa State, Kansas State, I'm in. I'm ready. It's a good toe in the water type of game.
All right. Fair enough.
You can dive in the deep end next week on Thursday night, but I'll put my toe in the water on August 23rd.
All right. Sell it there. Sell it. By the way, Phil Steele next week on Thursday, 8:00 next Thursday, Phil Steele for a half an hour here on Miller and Moulton. And part of that half an hour will be a 5-minute segment on Twitch/YouTube. So for those of you that take us in that way, we will fill the commercial break with content with Phil Steele. So there you go.
All right. The bigger question, David, is
do
you feel like you were fulfilled yesterday? Because
yes.
There's no one that likes a trade deadline more than one David Moulton. And there was a lot of action yesterday. I mean, teams unloaded their rosters yesterday.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Wow.
And I will say a tremendous nomination for a poll question already in our Twitch chat room from a diehard Twins fan in the upper Midwest. He goes by Robes. All right. And he submits who will win more games the rest of the year, the Rockies or the Twins. That's an outstanding question. Because the Rockies are on pace to win 14 more games the rest of the season. 14 more games. But the Twins traded away, the Twins yesterday.
They unloaded
Wow.
everyone.
Wow.
I mean, there are teams that are sellers. And from this point forward, David, from today going forward, when you look at a trade deadline and go, are they sellers or are they the Twins? Because that's a whole different level. I mean, the Orioles were sellers. The Arizona Diamondbacks were sellers.
Right.
The Twins had an estate sale.
Oh, man, did they ever? My goodness. You're right. The Orioles and Diamondbacks are like, man, we thought we were active. We thought we got rid of some guys and some good players, but damn, not like Minnesota. Funny thing is, they actually held on to their ace starter, which begs the question, why? But maybe looking for a better offer in the offseason, I guess. But I do not. That's a decent question. It's very baseball gooberish. Okay, but it is a funny question.
It's a funny question. It's a question that if we were doing radio in Denver
or Minneapolis,
right. Particularly in Minneapolis, that would be fun. Since combined, we talk about those two teams for 14 seconds a year.
Right.
I don't know if it applies down here, but I love the snark, David. I absolutely love the snark.
So I start working on the starting five last night. And I start writing down the deals. Now, I can usually, Mark, do the starting five on one page of a notebook.
Which I don't know how, because typically when you're not here and I do it, it takes me a minimum of 3, usually 4 pages. I may write a little larger than you, and I may have a lot more spacing, because I couldn't read your page. Like, if you handed that to me and said, do the starting five, I doubt I could.
Well, that's okay, because it's getting to the point now where I'm having trouble reading parts of the page also, and it's not because of my vision, it's because of my quality of handwriting. And I pride myself, Mark, on never having to use more than one 8x11 notebook page every day. Mark, I wrote from the top almost entirely to the bottom, just writing down trades. Yes.
If you go over all of these trades in the starting five, I may turn your microphone off.
Why?
Are you kidding me?
Why?
Traded 11 guys by themselves, 90% of whom our audience has no idea who any of them are.
I'm not rattling off the prospects that were dealt, but I am saying so-and-so was traded for 3 prospects. So-and-so was traded. The Yankees traded 9 minor leaguers in the 24 hours leading up to the deadline. The Mets traded 8. Just things like that. But no, I'm not rattling off the prospect's name. I mean, even when the Phillies acquired the Twins closer, by the way, they acquired him a day early. I mean, heck, the Twins were like, well, we got to unload this guy early. But, we said the Phillies gave up 2 of their top 5 prospects. Apparently, the Padres gave up a guy who some people feel is the best prospect in baseball yesterday.
Yeah,
certainly their top prospect, but a consensus top 5 prospect in the game. And the Padres gave him up because, well, they've never won a Super Bowl or a World Series. And I got to admit, I don't know how, if you're a general manager of a franchise that's never won the final game of the year, you don't consistently go all in until they tell you no longer have the job. I mean, what are we doing this for? You only have to do it once. One parade and you're a legend. One. Don't you keep going for the parade until they tap you on the shoulder and go, we have nobody left. No, there's no one left to trade. In fact, we can barely field a major league team. We have like 11 people left in the whole organization. Oh, yeah, you went for it. Okay, and we thank you for it, but we got to get somebody else to build it back up because you've traded away everyone. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You know why? Because the goal is to win the World Series, and we've never won it, not even once.
So a gigantic trade deadline with some teams, I believe, making key acquisitions and others just made moves seemingly to make moves.
Yeah, then there's the Cubs and the Red Sox who were like, I'm hearing this is a big deal, but I don't know. I'm just not feeling it. I'm just not feeling it. I mean, the Cubs did a little, like, give me this mediocre this and give me this utility player this. I mean, there's not an impact player here, but I'll make some moves to make moves, make it look like people think we're working hard. Hey, what's for lunch later today? Hope nobody's really paying attention.
I have to be honest, I'm already looking forward to lunch. I really am. It's going to be a big lunch. It's going to be a big show today. We have Ryan Spaeder on the show, or so we think. We'll see if he blows us off for the third time or if he actually answers his phone. And Pat Kirwan at 8 o'clock, the starting 25 minutes away. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Not all owners, Arch.
You don't have to look at it now. It's just, I sent you an article. I don't know if we want to get into that today or next week. It's just interesting that we could kill a segment with. I don't think we need it today. You know, I have a suggestion for X that they would never do, nor would I even know who to give it to. But like John Rothstein, I like John Rothstein as a follow when he does his stuff that's actually college basketball. But he obviously sets up tweets to tweet out every day. And I don't need my timeline ruined with the same 4 tweets he sends out every morning at around 6 a.m. And many people do that. He's just one that I notice more than any.
So would you do what?
I would ban the setting up tweets for later. I think you have to be on your, I think tweet should be in live time. I don't think you should be able to schedule a post. They'll never do that. But I think he schedules them every day. Every day I see the same thing. Stay hungry, stay humble. This many days till college basketball season. A quote, and then some people have hobbies. I do college basketball. Follow me on Instagram for more content. Every day, the same 4 tweets come out. Every day. He gets a different quote every day. But, I mean, he just goes into law. He's not up at 6 o'clock. He's not doing that. 4 minutes later, sending out another one. That's all scheduled. It just annoys me.
Obviously.
It's a good point there, Arch. But I would say the GM, the fans and the GM and the players and the manager. Some owners, it's their goal. Some owners just don't care about that.
Think Steve Cohen of the Mets gives a damn if the Mets make money? It's worth $30 billion. He's a lifelong fan. He wants to win the World Series.
But I don't think every owner's like him.
No, not at all. But
Your tournament is turning into a rout early, David. All Japanese women well ahead here. The one's 10 under already. She's 3 ahead of another one. Your girl's 2 under. Or was. Yeah, she's still 2 under. 2 under today, 2 under for the tournament.
Wode?
Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. The starting 5 in a little more than 15 minutes time. Ryan Spaeder in a little more than an hour. Pat Kirwan at the top of our 8 a.m. Eastern hour here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com is where you go if you miss any part of the show. And once you're there, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's a week from Tuesday. It's 11 days away. Night begins at 6 o'clock with dinner. The event begins at 7. Dinner, Dr. Roto, Miller and Moulton, and you. And more fantasy football information than you've ever gotten in your life. Bring a notepad and a pen. And win your fantasy football league and crush your draft.
The one thing I've noticed from the signups that I find interesting in years past, and it may still happen, and please sign up. Still plenty of spots left. We have plenty of room. We can take a lot of folks for this, and we'd really love to have a huge crowd. But I've noticed in the past, people, the dad a couple of times has brought like both kids. And they've been kids that have been in their 20s. They've been kids that have been a little bit younger than that. Not like, normally it's not kids. But I mean, like, older dad with his 20-year-old or 18-year-old son. And one brought his daughter because they're in the same league.
Right.
I'm not seeing any of that. I'm not seeing that. And I think dad said, screw this. I'm not paying for them to come to this so they can beat me in my own league.
So maybe Dad's just going to fly solo this
Yeah,
year?
exactly. Exactly. MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto. Should be a terrific time and a great, great learning experience. You know, obviously it's for fantasy, but I think you'll come out with a better knowledge of how teams look heading into the 2025 season. Well, I did it last night, David. I did it.
Excuse me?
I did it. Wife and I, she said, what are we watching tonight? I said, you know what? I stole right from you, David. You told me you were going to do this. You didn't do it. I stole your idea. Happy Gilmore 2.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't gotten around to it. Was busy last night, actually.
I knew that the football game was on and had no interest in watching it. I couldn't do it. I put it on. Now I've got the 2 TV setup, so I put it on the other TV and glanced over every once in a while to watch the Lions fumble. But other than that, I didn't pay a whole hell of a lot of attention to that game. In fact, went to bed pretty early in the second half and had no interest in watching it after the movie was over. But I give the movie, I don't know, 6.5, 7 out of 10. It was better than average. It exceeded my expectations because based on what I had seen on the text line and in the Twitch chat room is that a lot of folks didn't like it. And I would ask all of them, if you liked Happy Gilmore, and Happy Gilmore 2 was not as good as Happy Gilmore. It wasn't. One, we're caught by surprise in the first movie. We didn't know who was going to be in it. We had no idea what was going to happen. And when he fought Bob Barker, it's one of the funniest damn scenes that's been in a slapstick comedy ever. But if you liked the first one, you would have to explain to me how you didn't like the second one. What, it was too hokey? Really? After the first one? So to me, and I won't spoil anything if you haven't watched it, the cameos were really good. Some of them were silly. John Daly was terrific. Every part of John Daly's, every scene that Daly was in the movie, I thought was really good. I thought he was kind of the best supporting actor of the movie, if you will. Will Zalatoris, terrific. The fact that he got Jack Nicklaus to swear.
Right.
That
and supposedly Vern swears.
Vern swears as well.
I can't wait.
Easy? Hell yes. Was it obviously not believable? Of course it wasn't believable. It's a comedy movie, right?
The movie is called Happy Gilmore 2.
Right. I mean, it's far better than Caddyshack 2, if you know what I mean.
I would hope so.
But your fear with any great movie doing a sequel, and I don't know if Happy Gilmore is a great movie, but it's up there in comedies. And your fear is anytime a sequel comes is, will it be as bad as Caddyshack 2? Because I think that's where you set the bar for worst sequel of all time.
Yeah, that's definitely a medalist. Okay, could very well be gold, but there's no doubt that medals for worst sequel ever.
And I thought I laughed a few times, several times in the movie. I thought it was cute. Thought the cameos were good. I did not feel as if I wasted 2 hours, if you know what I mean.
Okay,
I was done. My wife liked it more than I did. She loves Adam Sandler, but she goes, it's a good Adam Sandler movie. They are what they are. They're all a little cheesy.
Yes, they are. Has he made $1 billion on cheesy? He's close, hasn't he?
Yeah,
man.
I mean, they Freddie Couples' thing was to kind of, there was Freddie was in it and he was made to look kind of silly, and they did a good job with that. They made all the older golfers look silly at the end, which I found hysterical. Just a little clip. So hour and 50 minutes, whatever it was, I was fine with all of it. A lot of people had said the first hour was good. The last 45 minutes were terrible. I don't know. I laughed. They won. 6.5, 7. I'm not going nuts for it, but it was good.
Well, at 6.5, 7, then it was worth your time.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if it's a 5 or below, was it really worth your time? I'm not sure. It was worth my time. And
Well,
everybody, you all have your different opinions. You may differ from me. That's fine.
your criteria also is that if something bills itself as a comedy, you expect to laugh out loud X number of times, depending on how long. If it's a 30-minute sitcom, you have, I need to laugh out loud this many times. If it's an
Right.
hour, I need to laugh this many times. If it's a movie, I need to laugh this many times. So I guess they filled.
They won for me. It won.
Okay. Well,
And
good.
there aren't that many good comedies anymore. Everybody's so damn serious about everything. We need to laugh more, for crying out loud. And we don't need to be so damn judgmental about things that are supposed to make us laugh.
Mark, we're miserable.
You've got that
We're
right.
one of two things. We're angry or we're miserable right now. Okay. There's not a lot of laughter involved in angry and miserable.
And we need to laugh more.
Now, maybe after last night, because there were helmets and shoulder pads televised nationally, that could change the mood of a lot of people, Mark. Just that simple fact alone, because they haven't been watching the CFL on CBS Sports Network. Okay. There's been helmets and shoulder pads 2 nights a week. Okay. But, that doesn't count. This was Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, Carrie Underwood open. Okay, this felt real. People recognize the helmets. All right, that could change the mood nationally, Mark.
Boy, I hope you're right. But David, if there's any early indication that you're wrong, it came from our Twitch chat room this morning before the damn show started. Paula, who takes our show in every day, one of our most avid listeners. Paula, I love you. I thank you so much for your great support for a really long time. Paula comes off the top rope. We log on. We try to log on 5 or 6 minutes before we go on air. I was told by somebody that that's what you're supposed to do. So that's what we do. And the folks that come in, that watch the show religiously, come in and they, say good morning to us and good morning to one another, because they've developed their own relationship in the chat room. And Paula comes off the top rope with, Mark, is it going to be the same old Lions this year? Oh my goodness, you're taking the preseason far too seriously, Paula. It's a preseason game. Pump the brakes.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433 $46.35 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, I may have called her out, Ryan, but I did tell her that I loved her. I mean, there was good and bad there. So, I mean, come on now.
Besides, it was a big time overreaction. And I love Paula then going, well, I've got Lions PTSD.
So Robbie Krieger from The Doors has been playing at clubs in LA, playing Doors music again. He's the guitarist.
Okay.
He's playing the Greek Theater in LA
Wow.
on the 60th anniversary of The Doors, and he's doing the entire Morrison Hotel album and other Doors hits. And the first 60 tickets are going to cost $2.50.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. They go on sale today at 10 a.m. Pacific. There is part of me that wants to try to get tickets on Ticketmaster and make that trek.
Still not too late to call Carson Wentz. Still not too late to say to Ryan Tannehill, are you sure you're retired?
No, they don't, Feeney. They do not. And we knew this last year when they went and got Teddy Bridgewater because they knew Hooker couldn't come in if needed.
Yep. It's one thing to bring in Teddy Bridgewater and list him as the third quarterback. It's another thing in your home playoff game when he's listed as the backup.
That's all you needed to know.
Yep.
And I think we said that last year.
Yep. And we're not that smart, but we are observant.
I will say that what I read this morning about the Twins is that they were the guy that the Rays got's a pretty good prospect for Bradley there. The last trade that they made.
Right.
And I thought the Tigers got a bunch of crap. I got a guy from Cleveland who's on the 60-day IL, and he's coming back. He has a 4.7 earned run average. Hope it was because of the injury.
Didn't the Tigers get Kittering, the lefty closer from the Nats? Who got him?
Hang on. I didn't think so, David. I could
Oh,
be...
Finnegan. Yeah, you got the Nats closer, Finnegan. I think that could help you.
Got a lot of guys.
I was surprised you didn't add either a solid starter or a solid bat.
Solid bat. I
Right.
really thought they needed a solid bat, David.
I agree. And
You
not
gotta
only that,
remember, though, Paula, that's pretty much base defense that's being played. They're not showing anything. I mean, you can't put anything in. Of all the preseason games, that's the one game you really can't put anything into.
Paul, they committed 5 turnovers. How good's any unit going to look? Paula, come on now. You've been most important question. Anybody get hurt? It's the only thing that matters.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. I may need an hour to go through the baseball trade deadline. Just yesterday. I'm not going to get it, though. In fact, there's a chance that my mic could be turned off midway through the segment.
Oh, I'm sorry, everybody. I had David's mic off. Are you ready?
Fine. For that, I'm going to start with football. So there, play the hits.
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
Well, the Lions season is over. They suck. Pick them for 4th in the Central or the North or whatever they're calling it. It's over. They turned it over, I don't know, 5 times, I guess, including the fumbling the opening kickoff. Listen, I don't want to say this didn't count, but Trey Lance looked like a serviceable NFL quarterback, okay? That's how meaningless this game was, because that's never happened before. Chargers beat the Lions 34-7. Yeah. Don't have an injury update. That's the only thing that counts from last night, okay? Is the injury update. We'll get that later today. There was something that, well, at least on the surface it counts. Wow, this situation between Terry McLaurin and the Commanders is escalating. We all thought this would get done. How could it not? We'll get into this in much greater detail at the top of the hour, but the honeymoon could be over for Commanders ownership. Terry McLaurin has requested a trade. Now, it's no guarantee he gets it. There were 3 high-profile wide receivers last year who all requested a trade, and none of them were traded last year. Now, 2 of them
requested a trade. I mean, we can list the players who have
Right.
requested trades that have not received them.
Right. Now, 2 of them got traded before this season, but Terry McLaurin, entering the final year of his deal, has requested a trade from the Commanders. He's had 5 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. He is clearly Jaden Daniels' number 1 target. We'll see how this plays out. Bengals signed tight end Noah Fant to a 1-year deal. All right, to baseball. Between Wednesday and Thursday, it was a real trade deadline. We'll go for some of the big names. Houston reacquired Carlos Correa from the Twins. He had a no-trade deal. He said, I'd only go to 1 team. That's back to Houston. He's going back to the Astros, and he'll agree to play third base, even though he's been a shortstop for his whole career. By the way, Houston also got left-hand hitting outfielder Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins. Twins, by the way, are picking up 33 of Correa's $104 million that's remaining on his deal. The Padres are all in. All in. Capital letters. They get first baseman Ryan O'Hearn and outfielder Ramon Laureano from the Orioles. They traded 6 guys for that. That was the warm-up trade, because then they call the A's and get everything closer Mason Miller and left-handed pitcher J.P. Sears, and they gave up the best prospect in Major League Baseball as part of the deal. Padres made 5 trades and added 7 players to their roster. The Yankees wheeled and dealt and gave up 9 minor leaguers, but they added Pirates closer David Bednar. They added Giants pitcher Camilo Doval, Rockies reliever Jake Bird, and we said it could happen, and for the second day in a row it did. the Yankees and Rays were playing yesterday. There was a 2-hour rain delay. But in the 7th inning of the Yankees-Rays game, Jose Caballero from the Rays became a New York Yankee. And he literally hung around in the dugout long enough to wait for the Tampa Bay player who was at the plate to finish his at-bat to greet him when he got back to the dugout to let him know, hey, I'm not going to see you for a while. Yankees and Rays don't play one another the rest of the year, so, Caballero's not going to face his former teammates till next season.
It was something because, ESPN actually showed that live because they were in Baseball Tonight mode and the deadline, and they showed or as close to live as they were allowed to. That was It's always fascinating when that happens, David.
Mets added Orioles center fielder Cedric Mullins for 3 prospects. Phillies add Twins outfielder Harrison Bader for a couple of prospects. Tigers add Nats closer Kyle Finnegan. And this is an interesting trade. Orioles starter Charlie Moulton. You look at his numbers and you go, what in the Moulton the first 6 weeks of the season was the worst pitcher in baseball. And that's not an exaggeration. Charlie Moulton, since the first week of May, 1 loss and an ERA of 2. He's old. He doesn't throw hard, okay? But he's an experienced starting pitcher for the Tigers, who certainly look as if they'll be in the playoffs. The Dodgers added righty Brock Stewart from the Twins, added an outfielder from the Nats. Royals acquired Mike Yastrzemski from the Giants. Cleveland did trade Shane Bieber to Toronto. This is a fascinating deal. Bieber hasn't pitched in almost 2 full seasons. He got Tommy John surgery in April of last year, but in the minor league rehab starts, he's looked terrific. He's likely to be a free agent at the end of the year because they think he'll deny his player option. Milwaukee picked up right-hander Shelby Miller from Arizona. And they got him for a song. Why? Because they agreed to pick up the contract of Jordan Montgomery. He was the guy that the Diamondbacks owner said was the worst signing we've ever had, and it's my fault. I made us do it. He's out for the year with Tommy John surgery. And Milwaukee's going to pick up his remaining salary of $7+ million for the rest of the year. And that's why they apparently were able to get Shelby Miller for cash or a player to be named later. That's a fascinating trade. Texas adds Merrill Kelly from Arizona for 3 prospects. The Reds get Miguel Andujar from the A's. The Cubs made 4 very minor deals in all. Yesterday, picking up Will Castro from the Twins. Have you noticed the Twins have made a lot of deals? As in, they've got rid of 11 of the 26 guys who played for them the day before.
11.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
The Rays made a few deals. They traded Taj Bradley away to the Twins, but they picked up pitchers Adrian Hauser and Griffin Jacks. People actually liked what the Rays did. Don't know if it pays dividends this year, but they think it could allow them to trade a pitcher or 2 in the offseason and get stuff of value. Boston added a reliever, Dustin May, from the Dodgers. I'll stop there. That's just some of what took place yesterday. That's it, by the way. That's it. The only way you can pick up somebody now, they literally have to be released. And they clear waivers. And then they're fair game. Only 3 baseball games yesterday. Yankees, after a 2-hour rain delay, allowed just 1 base runner over the final 4 innings and beat the Rays 7-4. Stanton and Rice homered for the Yankees. Rays are 4 back for the final playoff spot. A historic night in Cincinnati. It was tied at 3 going to the 8th between the Braves and the Reds. Atlanta scored 8 times in the top of the 8th. Game's over, right? The Reds scored 8 times in the bottom of the 8th. Hell, they scored 8 times in the bottom of the 8th before they recorded their first out. So it was 11-11 going to the 9th. Eventually, the Braves won in 10 12-11. 8 in the top of the inning, 8 in the bottom of the inning.
Had that ever been, is that a first?
It's not a first. Apparently, it's the third time it's ever happened.
Wow, okay.
But Mark, wasn't yesterday the beginning of the Ocho on ESPN2? I think it was.
I don't know, David.
I think it's the 3-day extravaganza, all those crazy, stupid sports. They put them on ESPN2. The Ocho, which stands for 8. Okay? And the Braves and Reds each score 8 in the 8th. Hello.
More Spanish lessons with David coming up in the 7 o'clock hour.
Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, with his 42nd home run. Seattle 6-0 over Texas. Looks as if the Mariners lost one of their key relievers, however. Trent Thornton looks as if he blew out his Achilles with 2 outs in the 9th, trying to get a ball that was hit back to the mound. Not good. LPGA, the Open Championship. It's going on right now, in fact, over in Wales. You know, we used to call this thing the British Open. Well, this is the Japanese Open right now. Top 3 players on the leaderboard, all from Japan. They had 7 of the top 12 did Japan after the first round. For what it's worth, Lottie Wode, who was even yesterday, is 3 under on the course today, has played herself into the top 10. She is the Florida State golfer who won the LPGA tournament as an amateur and then won her debut last week in Scotland. She's in the top 10 as of now. PGA Tour, Wyndham Championship. Another guy who just fired his best friend and his caddy. Only caddy he's ever had on tour. Joel Dahmen. Shot a 9 under 61, has a lead, and he's not happy about it. They got him talking about firing his best friend and his caddy, and he said, it still tears me up. He goes, I don't think it was his fault, but something had to change. And basically, I gave myself a version of tough love. I got rid of my best friend to try to snap myself out of it. And so far, it's worked. He all but said I'm going to hire him back someday. I just need to work my way through whatever it is I'm going through. I mean, I didn't know if it was a golf presser or if we get out the couch and we charge him.
B. We've learned a lot about this guy through Full Swing. He's an interesting person.
So Adam Scott and Jordan Spieth yesterday both shot 5 under rounds. Scott's trying to make the FedEx Cup playoffs. He's never missed them. Spieth's trying to play his way onto the Ryder Cup team. He talked about it yesterday. Max Homa is trying to make the FedEx Cup playoffs. He was 4 under after round 1. He's another guy.
He's got to finish, I think, T2.
Yes.
To get into the playoffs, either 2 solo or T2. So the cards are stacked against him, but don't worry if you're a Max Homa fan. He's got his card for a couple of years because of a win.
Dahmen's the same way, by the way. He has to win or finish second. And he said, I've only done that 3 times in my whole career. He goes, he all but said, so the odds are against me. He just shot 61, and he did a therapy session on the couch and said, yeah, don't bet on me for the weekend. I mean, as you said, Mark, he's listen, he's great for us. He's not boring. But at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories, and you're fired. I'm going to hire you back soon. Really, it's not you, it's me here on Miller and Moulton.
The problem is of the not you, it's me. He ain't getting paid anymore, and Joel is.
Right.
I mean, that's the tough part of that.
Says we text every day. He's still my best friend.
Well, you know, Rory hired his best friend and has had him. And when Rory was going through his struggles, there were a lot of people saying that Rory should fire his caddy, and he didn't. Remained loyal.
Right. And you and I didn't say that. You and I said, be a better wedge player and make some putts.
Right.
It's not the caddy's fault. You're one of the 5 worst guys on tour from 150 yards in. How's that his fault? He handed you the wedge you asked for.
You're the one that couldn't get it inside of 20 feet. That's not on your caddy.
When you got to the green, he handed you the putter. What's the problem? A couple former caddies here. We're a little sensitive about this thing.
No doubt, and rightly so. We've got to come up with a poll question. We've got a couple of ideas. I can't go with the Rockies it's a fun question, David. It is.
Okay.
But we've had questions that people have voted on and had an opinion on and have texted on. I can't see a lot of text on who will win more games the rest of the year, the Twins or the Rockies. Ryan Spaeder next hour, Pat Kirwan at 8 a.m.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wow, Joe, that's a little hot and heavy there.
Well, all righty then.
Angry this morning, Joe. Joe, calm down.
Come on, guys. Come
It
on.
was the Hall of Fame game. It means absolutely nothing.
Take it
None
easy.
of those players that committed turnovers are even going to play. Some won't even make the team. And if they're smart, like David said earlier, the one thing last night showed is that they need to go out and ask Ryan Tannehill or some competent backup if they're willing to play there. Because Hendon Hooker is not that guy. But we knew that last year, as we talked about, when they went and signed Bridgewater for the playoff game and made him the backup. It told you everything you needed to know.
I'm not. Who asked? Brad. The reason I'm not is no starting pitchers of, really outside of Bieber got dealt. Charlie Morton, Bieber. Apparently, A, the asking price is very high, and B, teams have decided I can fortify a bullpen and win a World Series. It shows the lack of value in a starting pitcher, where teams decided I'll fortify a bullpen instead of paying the price for a starter. And yes, Paula, Joe is on YouTube. He just said the Lions look like crap. And they did. But those weren't the Lions. Those were imposters wearing their uniforms. Yeah, I mean, 3 of the last 4 teams to win the World Series emphasized the bullpen over the starting pitching. DC, I can't recall it. I mean, my only thing is, did they get
Right.
enough? Those in the industry don't think the Twins got enough for what they dealt. That'd be my only thing. I have no problem you trading half the team. You weren't going anywhere.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this first Friday of August. Hell, it's the first day of August. Hope your week's gone well. You can see the finish line from here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Ryan Spaeder to talk the baseball trade deadline in 35 minutes. Pat Kirwan to talk all things NFL 1 hour from now. And Mark, that's where I'd like to start. The National Football League.
Okay.
I believe there is a time where every new ownership group ends the honeymoon. Either the team stinks and therefore the fans are like, well, whatever. New owners, same old whatever. Or they go and they do things usually. Usually the ownership, the front office, they do things to end the honeymoon. Mark, the Commanders have had a 2-year honeymoon. They have. From the moment Josh Harris awkwardly shook Joe Buck's hand, all right, during that preseason game in August of 2023, okay, the Commanders have had a great run here. They let the Ron Rivera regime end. Okay, they ended it 13 seconds after it was over. New GM, new coach, both guys highly thought of. Okay, got Jaden Daniels, had 2 terrific off seasons. Okay, gone to an NFC title game. They're on the come. Okay, now they're going to put in $3 billion of their own money and build a stadium back at the sacred grounds of where their fan base wants to play. I mean, Mark, I don't know of an ownership group that's had a 2-year run at the start of ownership, kind of like Josh Harris and the Commanders. But you have to wonder, Are they making their first mistake?
Well, I think they are. I think they are. They have a young, extremely talented quarterback. He has a veteran receiver that he relied upon a lot last year.
Uh-huh.
And while training camp is not as important as it used to be, and I think the chemistry between Daniels and McLaurin, if they indeed are able to keep him, is still going to be there. But Jaden Daniels is still learning. And in order for Jaden Daniels to, at least to me, to take the next steps, he needs his weapons. And yes, they went out and got Debo, and they improved their team with Tunsil on the offensive line. So they've made additions that certainly look to make the offense better. But McLaurin's the guy. And to not come to terms with him before camp, in my estimation, was already a mistake. But now things are at the level where McLaurin's asking for a trade, so the two sides are obviously a long way apart. And there's been two wide receivers that have had contracts signed here in the last little bit. Wilson from the Jets, and now Sutton from Denver. And where does McLaurin fit in on that scale, David?
Well, that's why we have the conflict that we have, because the Jets wide receiver's in his mid-20s, and he got paid a boatload of money.
Boatload, right.
Meanwhile, the veteran wide receiver in Denver, who's the same age as McLaurin, he got a $23 million a year extension in which only one of the 4 years was guaranteed. Now, I don't think it's debatable. McLaurin is a much better wide receiver, much more productive wide receiver than either of these two guys. I don't know how you could argue that. Remember, not based on potential, based on production. McLaurin's been in the league 6 years. 6 years. He's been targeted over 100 times in all 6 seasons. In those 6 seasons, by the way, he has missed 3 games. In those 6 seasons, he averages just under 80 catches a year for 14 yards a catch. And last year, when he had the first competent quarterback that he's ever played with, he caught 13 touchdowns. He's 29 years old. He'll be 30 in 6 weeks. This is the final year of his deal. I think, Mark, you have to look at the guys making 30 plus million a year. And I think McLaurin would slot in at the bottom of the top 5. Okay. Now, you may not think he's one of the 5 best receivers in football, but I'm just going by who got paid what and their production. And to me, McLaurin would slide in at number 5. That's in the 32 to 33 million a year range. But the Commanders are looking at McLaurin and his people going, yeah, we look at you more like Sutton out in Denver, same age. He got 23 a year. Only one of the 4 years was guaranteed. Now, first off, if I was McLaurin, I'd lose my mind. Sutton can't carry my luggage. He can't. He's had 1 really productive year in the NFL. McLaurin's had 6. All right. But that's where we're at, where the 25-year-old got paid and the soon-to-be 30-year-old got patted on the head in comparison. And the Commanders are patting McLaurin on the head. Mark, I'm telling you right now, I don't think the Commanders are going to trade him, but if I were the Chargers, I'd offer a first-round pick every day. I'd pick up the phone every day at the same time every day, and I would offer the Commanders a first-round pick because the Chargers don't have the weaponry to support their quarterback and that team.
No, it's Ladd McConkey, and that's about it, it looks like.
But now
he's not a 1, and he's not a 1 to me. I mean, he can be a solid 1A if you want to look at it. The teams that have 2 really good receivers, he can be your second guy. But Ladd McConkey to me is not a player that defenses are scheming to make sure they have to stop.
The only reason they may for the Chargers is because there's no one else they need to fear.
Fair enough, but you know what I'm saying. He's not a guy
No.
that defensive coordinators are going, oh, crap.
No, he's a good wide receiver.
Yes.
He's a solid, okay, not dynamic, but a solid number 2 receiver. They need a 1. They're in the AFC. They're in the AFC West. All right. If I'm the Chargers, I ain't playing around. I call the Commanders every day, same time. It's the first thing I'm going to do when I come to work in the morning. I'm going to call the Commanders. 8 a.m. West Coast time, 11 a.m. Commanders time. Every day I'm going to call the Commanders. I'm going to offer them next year's first-round pick. And I'm willing to throw in more because I think McLaurin would dramatically change the look of their offense.
He is 29 years old. He will be 30 in September.
Yep.
I don't know if we've already seen the best that there is to see out of him. I don't think he's worth a first-round draft pick. I understand where you're coming from the Chargers standpoint, because they are hoping that with him, that first-round draft pick will be somewhere in the 20s.
Well, it is now, and we're only going to get better. But let me ask you, I'm calling you every day at 11 a.m. You don't think McLaurin's worth a first. I'm offering you a first. You going to take it?
Well, David, I wouldn't. If I was in Washington, I wouldn't be in this position because I would have already signed McLaurin.
True.
So that, to me, I'm still working on trying to get him. I'm playing this game of poker, and right now Washington thinks he's somewhere 24, 25, 26. McLaurin thinks he's somewhere 32. Can they settle at 28 and be happy? I don't know. I don't think he's leaving Washington. I don't care that he asked for a trade. That means absolutely nothing to me. That's a negotiation tactic, is the way I look at it.
Okay. Now, I mean, he could make this pretty damn messy. He could do a hold-in for all of camp. You could be the Bengals showing up the Sunday of the season opener, not knowing if Jamar Chase is going to walk through the door. I mean, you have no idea how messy McLaurin could make this. He's honked off, and I don't blame him. I mean, by all accounts, they offered the new guy. They just gave the new guy more money than they're offering him. How honked off would you be?
Oh, I understand why he's angry. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. I still think at the end of the day, they're going to get this deal done. But here's the thing. If you're calling me and offering me a 1, but I'll get back to you. Because if you're offering me a 1 off the bat, that means I can get a 1 and a 3 the following year from you.
Maybe a 3, maybe a 4. But yeah, see, if I'm the Chargers, yes. Because I can't win big with Ladd McConkey as my number 1 wide receiver. I don't need to waste another year of Herbert and Slater and what have you. I don't know how many good years we got left from the pass rushing edge who's in his 30s. I'm not going to. It doesn't do me any good to win 10, 11 games. Maybe I can win a playoff game and to go out in the division round. That's a waste. I'm Jim Harbaugh. I'm in my 60s. Let's do this.
I will say, David, might be worth you throwing a couple of shekels on it, because the odds of where McLaurin will play this year, courtesy of DraftKings, the Commanders are still minus 250. So the DraftKings is thinking like I'm thinking, that at the end of the day, he'll still be in Washington. The Patriots are the odds-on favorite to get him. Then the Raiders, both pretty close odds, plus 450, plus 500. But 11-1 with both the Titans and the Chargers. Pretty good return on your investment. And of all, and here's where the player has no say in the trade. They could trade him to the Raiders or the Patriots, who have no shot to go to the postseason this year, in my opinion.
Not that it matters, but McLaurin was born in Indianapolis and went to college at Ohio State. So if you're thinking about, oh, he'd like to return to home or what have you, those are the scenarios, where he was born, where he played his college ball. Here's my thing about McLaurin, okay? He doesn't have the normal wear and tear that a soon-to-be 30-year-old has. He's only played 6 years. He was an old draftee, if you will. Okay, I can argue, now we're hearing in the Twitch chat room a lot of people offering up number 2 wide receiver money. Yeah, he's the number 1. Now, he ain't Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase number 1, but he's a number 1 for Washington. Miller and Moulton.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, it's not name calling. You're a first-class a-hole, dude. You spent a week bashing me when I wasn't here. That's childish. You're a punk, you're a chicken blank, and you're an a-hole. You are. And you get off on it. That's my favorite thing. Dude, if you think I spend an ounce of time thinking about you when 10 o'clock comes, you're high, bro. I have got so many more things to worry about in my life than some clown in a chat room. Like I said, I don't know if you're 26, 46, 66. You're a first-class a-hole, dude. You are. It's all right. You do your thing, man. Do your thing. No disrespect to me. Whatever. What an a-hole. You're a clown. Get your Locked On Broncos podcast and have a nice day. I got it from several listeners that are in the chat.
Yeah, that Irish should.
You're a liar. Now you're a liar. That's even better.
You're selective.
Go away, dude. Just go away. Like, I don't want you to listen to this show. I'd rather lose you as a listener. You don't benefit us at all. You don't benefit the show. You don't benefit the chat room. You don't benefit anything but yourself, dude. The number of people that have texted me personally that say to ban you is overwhelming. And I still haven't done it because I don't ban anybody. I'm with you, Panda. I don't get it. But he's not cheap. That's the thing, Canada Relief. I mean, this isn't the old owner. That's the part that doesn't make sense. He paid guys. He's just not paying him. That's the part that I just don't understand.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour, Ryan Spaeder to join us, coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton. If I could just finish our McLaurin discussion for the moment with just one final thought. I get the whole, basically he's going to be 30 this year, because I think he plays one game before he turns 30. And I get the Commanders don't want to throw him huge money when he's in his 30s and it could come back to haunt them. I get it. Who wants to make a bad deal? What about this guy makes you think it's going to be a bad deal? Has he given you any indication at all that this is going to be a bad deal?
It's a great point, David. I mean, he has been nothing but an exemplary pro since he's been there. With bad teams and bad quarterbacks, he's given maximum effort every game.
And here's the other thing. If you're the Commanders, what player on your team that if 4 years from now we sit down and go, that contract didn't age well, what player on your team do you want to be most guilty of being associated with if that scenario plays out? See, that's the other thing here where I would look. By the way, I don't think this is ownership driven. I think this is Peters, the general manager. Remember, he played hardball with the two wide receivers in San Francisco, and they had unhappy receivers and holdouts there all the time. So he's used to this game. And then he went out and acquired Debo after dealing with him in San Francisco. So I think this is all Peters. But I would be saying to Peters, listen, even if it doesn't age well, even if he's a number 2 receiver when he's 32 and 33, and we're paying him number 1 money, he's our guy. He'll still be very productive. I mean, Mark, it's a fascinating scenario. Both Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin are free agents at the end of this year. I mean, it's interesting because they didn't pay Deebo. In fact, they restructured his contract. He took a little less, but they fully guaranteed the whole thing. So McLaurin's on the final year of a deal and Deebo's on the final year of the deal. And those are their 2 wide receivers right now.
Well, David, I mentioned this to you before the show. Was reading an article yesterday. The former Titans GM did a radio interview and had a little mea culpa and said, man, yeah, if I could do it over again, I would have never traded A.J. Brown. But in the McLaurin thing, I kind of put those two together. It's like, are you sure you're going to lose this guy, trade this guy, and 3 years from now, are you going to have a job? So I don't understand it. I will never understand it. But like you've said with Trey, the Bengals D end, Hendrickson. Sorry, had a brain cramp. Don't worry about it at this point of camp. Who's more upset, Hendrickson or McLaurin? They're both ticked off at their organizations. You were saying a week ago, don't worry about Hendrickson. The Bengals are going to get it done. I'm saying at this point, hold on with McLaurin asking for a trade, because that doesn't mean he's going to be traded. That's all. Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, and it's brought to you by our friends at Air Advantage. Online, myairadvantage.com. myairadvantage.com. They've got that great offer, 18 months, no interest, no financing, a Ream Pro partner at My Air Advantage. Call them today, 239-433-4635. That's 239-433-4635. We go to Baltimore for the story, and I don't know if you caught this, and some of you probably did, but I found it funny. Marlon Humphrey posted a video on his Instagram and X pages yesterday in which he and Kyle Hamilton and Ronnie Staley, who's an offensive tackle, and Charlie Kohler, who's a tight end, are all standing almost in a synchronized swimming type pose in the new aquatic center at the Ravens facilities. And they make a little speech in which they say, did you know that only one in three Ravens can't swim? And they asked Michael Phelps, Baltimore native, huge Ravens supporter, to come to the facility and give them swim lessons. And of course, Phelps went immediately to social media to reply, hell yes, I will be there. So I love when teams use their social media accounts to have a little fun, and that's kind of poking some fun at themselves. 1 in 3 Ravens can't swim. Beautiful pool, beautiful facility, and they're diving in opposite directions while standing in the pool. Well done by Marlon Humphrey and the other 3 players, and well done by Michael Phelps. And that's the coolest thing I've seen today. Brought to you by Air Advantage, myairadvantage.com online.
Boy, think about that. Ravens got a lot of good players. Some great players on their team. Okay. They even got a few who could end up in Canton. Ain't none of them as good at their job as he was at his.
No. No. And not close. I mean, which Raven, all time, anybody besides Ray Lewis, you'd put at least in the same sentence paragraph with Michael Phelps. Lamar could get there.
Ogden. Okay.
Okay. All right. I like it.
But no, he still, towers over even Ogden and Ray Lewis. You don't know if we could name 3 other athletes in the last 30, 40 years, really, on that pedestal.
A couple of people in the chat room saying Ed Reed, certainly a worthy candidate.
Yeah.
But
great.
He ain't Michael Phelps' league.
Michael Phelps. Damn. I'd take swimming lessons just to hang out with him.
Exactly.
I'd lie, say I couldn't swim, okay? Because compared to him, I can't. But
in my neighborhood, we have a little gym. And all I've been doing for exercising is I walk uphill on a treadmill. And there are 2 senior citizens who both look to be above 65. I don't know. 1 man, 1 woman. Every day they come to the pool and swim for a half hour. And it impresses the hell out of me. Because I don't think there are better physiques on people than those of swimmers. I think those are some of the best athletes that there are out there. And the muscles that they build from doing that discipline amaze me every day. So I'm with you. I'd love to hang out with Michael Phelps, no doubt. But that's the coolest thing I've seen today, brought to you by Air Advantage. Ryan Spaeder coming up in about 10 minutes' time, or at least we think. Pat Kirwan will join us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, where we check in with Pat, who's been starting his training camp regimen. And it's thrown me off because he's all over the place with his show, doing it at different times. And so he is having his crazy time of the year. I know this is a love-hate relationship Pat has with training camps.
Yeah, it's kind of like how I feel when I get up in the morning to do this show. The alarm goes off, and I absolutely hate it. Sucks. This is stupid. What am I doing? 5:59, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. I think that's where Pat is.
10 a.m., you're happy that your day's done.
Totally. Right.
I mean, that's the other side of it.
Right. No, you tried to sell that to me. Don't get me wrong. I'm still not buying it, by the way. Okay. When that alarm goes off, this absolutely sucks. Okay. And I think that's how Pat is with the travel and all that.
Do you still need the alarm to get you up every morning, or are you waking up before the alarm?
Yeah, I wake up before the alarm now.
Yeah. Just when he thought it was out, I pulled him back in.
It sucks so bad. So much. But yeah, Pat's been, we believe, New England, Buffalo, Cleveland, Pittsburgh in terms of training camps. I think today is day 2 with the Steelers. I think tonight's the scrimmage or practice at Latrobe. So we'll talk to Pat Kirwan in a half an hour. But Ryan Spaeder, a wild baseball trade deadline. Next.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football league.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
lost by a leg. And listen, I'm a Mets fan. There are so many teams that I think did really well at the deadline. I mean, Houston did really well at the deadline. And if they get healthy, they'll probably be the toughest out in the American League playoffs. The Phillies did really well at the deadline. I think Seattle did really well. I do think the Mets did well. I so hope the Royals make the playoffs because that will be a signal to GMs over the next 3 seasons that, hey, if you believe in your team, even if you're 2, 3, 4 games below 500, believe in your team. Go support them. I would love for the Royals to sneak into the playoffs. The Yankees, I think, did well. They didn't do great. The trade for the third baseman from Colorado's really going to help them. Already has. But I mean, their arms now have arms in the bullpen. No, Michael, I haven't seen that from Houston. But the Mets, they need their starting pitching to give them more length, and they need the young bottom half of the lineup. They need Beatty, Vientos, Alvarez, Mauricio. They need them to come through.
Had to bust his chops when he picked up finally. Hey, he picked up.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan to join us. We believe he's in Western Pennsylvania at Steelers training camp. We'll get some training camp tour facts and figures from Pat Kirwan and the NFL coming up at the top of the hour. Joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, is Ryan Spaeder, proud Marine, baseball analyst and author by night. You can follow him on X at the Ace of Spaeder, the Ace of Spaeder, Spaeder. Ryan, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
I'm excellent, gentlemen. How are you?
Well, we are good. Listen, before we get into, the winners from those that bought, your thoughts. There were 4 big sellers the Twins, the Diamondbacks, the Orioles, and the A's. How did the Sellers do?
I thought the Twins did pretty well with one exception, and that exception to me is, well, we look at last season, and through July 31st, the Tigers were 9.5 games out, and the Twins certainly aren't that. So it's kind of disappointing because in this new age of baseball, really all you got to do is get yourself a chip in a chair by making it to October. Anybody can make a push in the final 55 games. We looked at what the Tigers did last season at, I believe they were 3 games under with 33 games remaining, and they were still 9.5 games out. And they made that push, and the Twins to have that push against them, they folded, and that was disappointing. But they did bring in a whole lot. And another team that was a little bit disappointing to me are the Athletics, because you gave up 2 years of control on Mason Miller, and this is a team that, if you recall, when we spoke back in March or April, I thought was going to have a shot to compete this year. Now, outside of a 21 game stretch where they went 1-20, which you can't certainly discount, they have been very good this season. But you gave up probably one of the best closers in baseball, who's going to be under team control up until 2030 when he's a free agent. And you did so for a prospect who's 18 years old in A-ball, who probably won't be contributing at the big league level next season, when I anticipate this team will actually come through and start competing. So I was a little bit disappointed in them. You can't say much of the same about the Orioles at this point, although they're pretty close to where the Tigers were last year. And then the Diamondbacks, who are behind. The Diamondbacks had a great start in the beginning of the season, but they certainly fell apart. So I can't really criticize their moves there. But the Athletics made that one disappointing move, and then the Twins just sort of punting on the season is a little bit disappointing to me.
Tampa didn't know what they were going into the trade deadline, and I can't really figure out why. They didn't know if they were buyers or sellers, but to your point of where the Tigers were, Tampa's a hell of a lot closer than Detroit was a year ago. They've got good pitching. I thought they could have added. They decided to kind of stand pat. They got rid of Taj Bradley, made a couple of moves, but I thought Tampa standing, not really making any moves. While it's not surprising, I thought was a mistake. Your thoughts on what Tampa did yesterday?
I thought the most interesting thing about the Rays is, of course, they had the 1:00 game with the Yankees.
Right.
And if you would have told anybody that, hey, they're going to have 3 players exit this game, everybody would have thought that they're making some deals and making some headway. And they ended up having 3 injuries. So it's kind of the worst timing possible, because you lose Aranda, you lose Diaz, and you lose Simpson. It's just a brutal blow to that team, who, if you are going to lose those 3 players, you may consider selling, because frankly, you're not going to compete without them in the lineup. And now they're not even going to have an opportunity to do so, and build on their future.
Which team or teams did you expect more of this deadline before we get into the half dozen or so teams that were very aggressive? Who wasn't very aggressive that you thought needed to be?
So I want to criticize the Phillies as a Phillies fan. I don't know so much analysts, because it's kind of hard to do, because they kind of got beat at chess, I feel like. And it's very difficult to say that a team that goes out and gets Johan Duran is doing something wrong at the deadline. However, I see what the Mets did and what the Padres did, certainly, and the Yankees. And the Phillies just were not up to par with them. Duran, of course, one of the best relievers in the game, fills a massive gap for that team. But the team also, they don't have the strongest bottom of the lineup. And their outfield hasn't been great. And you replace it with Harrison Bader, who, he's a great ball player. He's been around for quite a while. But he is no Stephen Kwan. He's not going to contribute at that top level. He's not even somebody who you got to consider a starter absolutely no matter what. If he struggles, he's not going to be starting games in the postseason. So it's kind of like, well, we'll go with Max Kepler plus, because the first time around this didn't work, so we'll just slightly upgrade rather than trying to make a big splash. Now, I understand they didn't want to get rid of Painter and Aiden Miller. I'm kind of the AJ Preller school of thought, where prospects are just that. What are they going to turn into? Potential all-stars? Well, I mean, what's Stephen Kwan, already an all-star? I think you got to take an opportunity to try to win yourself a World Series, especially considering time's running out for this team. Kyle Schwarber, I do think he's going to re-sign with Philadelphia, but time is running out for this team. They're not getting any younger, and I think that they should have done a little bit more at the deadline. Now, again, I say that, who could have predicted what? I mean, the Padres have basically a new team. The Yankees have a new team. And frankly, the Mets overpaid for Rodgers, and they still continue to make splashes. Especially, I really like that team adding Mullins. I think he's going to be a huge piece for them going down the stretch.
If there was a clear winner yesterday, if one team won the trade deadline, to me it was the Padres or the Astros. Who do you think had the best day in or the best trade deadline, if you will?
Bringing Correa back is incredible, especially considering they did so for a mid-20s reliever in Single A who's got an ERA of about 7. Is great, and I think that does volumes for that fan base to bring Correa back. Not that they left on bad terms or anything. I think the Astros could have been a little bit more aggressive in trying to sign him, but I think you got to give it to the Padres hands down. A lot of people, I think they see that hey, they traded the number 3 prospect in all football, but at the end of the day, again, that's just exactly that. That's a number 3 overall in A ball. I think a lot of Padres fans who are upset about that are not so much upset about losing the player who they lost, rather finding out that they lost a highly touted future star, I guess, who frankly I don't think a lot of people knew who he was until yesterday. And then you get Mason Miller, who's a free agent until 2030. Suarez will likely opt out after this season. I kind of thought the move Preller did there was brilliant, because I thought that he was inherently increasing the value of Suarez to potentially be dealt. But they ended up holding on to him too. So it was just a really impressive move all around from the Padres. They upgraded their outfield. They upgraded their first. I don't even know what this lineup's going to look like now, because you got an embarrassment of riches from a team that had plenty of holes to a team that, I mean, frankly, they have, it seems like, almost none. And they've won 5 games in a row as it is. So I think you're looking at a team that's going to possibly end the season with maybe the best record in baseball.
Ryan Spaeder, follow him on X, the Ace of Spaeder, Spaeder. He's a baseball analyst, also a proud Marine. And Ryan, we appreciate your service. All right, the Central Divisions. Now, listen, we all are pretty sure that the Tigers and the Brewers and the Cubs are all going to make the playoffs. But have they done enough to win in October when they get there?
The Tigers have fallen off from that best record in baseball that they had for quite a while. It's kind of reminiscent. I hate to keep making references to the Phillies, but it is reminiscent to the way the Phillies in 22 made that push after they let Girardi go, and they made that push. They forced themselves all the way to the World Series. That's what they did last year. And this season, the Tigers sort of seem like they're more of in a position of the Phillies in the season, where they got a little bit complacent and not comfortable with a little bit too comfortable in the first half. So I don't know that the Tigers are going to be that same force down the stretch that they were last season. But in the National League, I've been incredibly impressed with the Brewers. It's amazing to me that they've taken over first place from the Chicago Cubs, considering where they're at. I mean, we're talking about a run from a team that was, I want to say they were 6 games under in May. And they've just been playing. I feel badly because I give you a bogus number and now I want to pull it up. The Brewers, let's see here. The Brewers are, sorry about that. Okay, they began 21-25, so they were 4 games under, not 6. But now they're looking at the best record in all of baseball, playing really good ball, and they've got a very complete team. Incredibly, ever since they called up Mizorowski, they've been winning. Now, of course, he's only going every 5th day, and he didn't really pitch all that great last time out, but the team is just complete, and it seems like they were in position to steal this thing away from the Cubs. But I think the Cubs made some really good moves themselves yesterday. They're a game back of the Brewers. The Cubs got themselves Willie Castro, who I really like as sort of that super utility player for the team. I think he's going to fill a lot of the spots that Justin Turner otherwise would have. And they strengthened the rotation a bit. I don't know if I think Soroka was probably the best answer. I would have probably gone Hauser, which, interesting enough, he ended up on the Rays. But I do think the Cubs are going to end up on top in that division, and then the Brewers will fight their way into the postseason. Of course, they got the best record in baseball now, and I think we're in store for a very interesting postseason. So.
Agreed.
Yeah, I couldn't pick between the two at this point.
Yeah, agreed. Both leagues are wide open. The National may be seen as a little bit better, but both playoffs should be crazy. The Brewers, by the way, 43-19 in their last 62. That's the run that Milwaukee is on. That's like 700 baseball. Ryan, we appreciate you making time for us. We know you had to break away from work to do so. Thanks so much. All the best, and hopefully we can talk down the stretch.
All right, you guys are the best. Thanks.
Ryan Spaeder, baseball analyst. And as I mentioned, proud Marine. Follow him on X at the Ace of Spaeder, Spaeder.
David, out of the 6 teams right now in the American League that are in the playoffs, Toronto, Detroit, Houston, Yankees, Red Sox, Mariners, will the Rangers catch any of them, or are those the 6 playoff teams? Or do you see the Royals or Guardians or Rays potentially, or even Angels making a run?
I think it comes down to third place team in the East versus third place team in the West. I think Seattle strengthened themselves that they'll stay ahead of Texas. So to me, it comes down to Boston or Texas as to who the 6th playoff team is going to be. And it's tough to bet against Texas's starting pitching. And then they went out and got a starter yesterday. Now, they needed a bat, but they made their strength even stronger. And they're far and away the best pitching team in the league.
We will switch gears from the MLB to the NFL with Pat Kirwan. He is next on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller & Moulton.
Hello, Pat.
Good morning, Mark. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Just traveling along, and it's quite hot out here.
I bet.
Supposed to break up a little bit this evening. We're going to be doing a live show from the scrimmage at Pittsburgh, so supposed to be better.
What a scene that is. And I've paid attention a little bit, and I've heard your show when you're there, and I get McAfee's his own guy, but when you see it and the crowd reactions, that is why every team doesn't want that. And I know why the players don't want it. I get it. But why every team doesn't want that is beyond me.
Yeah, they're foolish not to do something like that. And the way these guys have done it, they've never changed. Tomlin and I were laughing about it. Like, every employee comes, plus players in their uniforms on yellow school buses with Mr. Rooney in the front seat of the first bus. And they pull up behind, right really in front of the old steel mill. The whole thing is so symbolic of the Steelers' mindset. So, yeah, it's great. And, the players, they kind of do like it now, because this morning, instead of having a practice in the heat, they're having a walkthrough. Then they're going to get a bunch of hours off to chill out, and then they're going to go do this. And when they get there, they kind of feel the energy of the fans, and they have a good time. And it's not that hard. They're only out there for an hour and a half. And there is some hitting, so everyone loves it.
Well, I don't buy everything that Rodgers says, but the thing he talked about the guys hanging out at night because they're in the dorms or whatever and all that stuff, I think that's quality time for players I think that's important, that guys get to know one another. And maybe that's just an old school mentality that isn't needed anymore. I don't know, but I still think there's something to that.
Yes, there is. And even Mike Tomlin said last night he swings by and plays Xbox against the guys at night. So, and he goes, and I'm pretty good at it. So
It's awesome. That's awesome.
yeah. But the reason they don't go away to camp, I think every coach thinks it would help with camaraderie and all that stuff. They don't go for three big reasons. Number one, the tech guys don't want to take all their stuff to some outpost. Number two, the strength coach doesn't want to take all of his lifting stuff. And number three, the doctors don't want to be helivac, copters guys that are injured to hospitals. They want them right where they are. And a lot of these doctors can't go away to camp.
Right. No, I get it. And I just, I go back to the Lions, and they were doing camp in Saginaw long after I left Michigan. But I just remember, at that time, my cousin, who's my godson, was pretty young, and he would go with his dad. And I think part of the reason he's such a diehard Lions fan isn't because he's from Michigan. There's other teams you can like. It's because he grew up as a kid going to these training camps, and it meant something to him.
Yep. And the fans are close. And I'll talk about Rogers. A bunch of the veterans take a golf cart up to there's a lot of hills at this college. And they take a golf cart up after practice, the old veterans, and TJ Watt and I had a good laugh about it. But Rogers walks everywhere. And he walks up the path, and he had to stop like 4 times to do autographs. And I said something to him about it, and he says, no, I'm getting to know the fans too. So he's doing it, and he likes it. So it's quite amazing what goes on. It's not just getting to know your teammates, it's getting to know the fans and kind of feeling the Pittsburgh vibe. It's interesting.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
He is a very busy man. Hell, he's always a very busy man. But with his training camp tours, long, hot days, and Pat Kirwan right now indoors with air conditioning, talking to us on Miller and Moulton from outside of Pittsburgh at Steelers training camp. Were we right, Pat? Patriots, Bills, Browns, Steelers since we last spoke?
That is correct. And it's all drives. We're not flying any of them. There's not a lot of night flights anymore. So we're just in the middle of doing this.
Pat Kirwan joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pitchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, of course, NFL radio moving the chains, but with his training camp tours, he and co-host Jim Miller, they do 2 and 3 hour shows that air throughout the day. So probably go to the SiriusXM app, quite frankly, and download the shows. That's probably a better way these days.
All right, Pat, let's start with Terry McLaurin. David and I were texting last night about this, or yesterday afternoon. He wants a trade. That doesn't mean he's going to get a trade. We understand all of that. But here's a team that's had nothing but positive vibes since Harris bought the team. They have the young quarterback in Daniels that everybody's in love with. He had a great rapport with McLaurin a year ago. I think at the end of the day, they'll get this done. But how far apart in your estimation are they, and do you think they'll get it done?
Well, they must be. And I'm going to Washington tonight, right after the scrimmage here in Pittsburgh, and I'll spend all day tomorrow with Dan Quinn and the guys. Dan is hopeful they're going to get him signed. So when you see where this has gone, they're far apart. If they were close, they could have closed the deal, but they're far apart, and that tells me it's more than 4 or 5 million apart on a yearly average. So they're going to have to come to grips with it Now that the player has taken the next, or his agent's taken the next step, and we want to trade, then that doesn't mean he's getting traded. But I will tell you, there will be people that are going to come forward towards the Commanders and offer for him. I don't think anyone's going to get to a price that Washington would then say, hey, you know what, we should move him. I think they'll get offered a 1 and a 2, something like that. You also got to get the guy signed to the deal he wants. There's a lot of complications. I think someone like the Raiders would love to have this guy. They would like to get a receiver like that on that roster. And maybe they would offer something, but I don't think anyone's going to bring to the table something that the Commanders are going to realize, wow, we could move him. They're going to get offered stuff that they would say it's not worth it. And then hopefully they'll get the deal done. Dan Quinn, I think, is when I see him tomorrow, I'm promising you he's going to tell me by the end of the week they'll have something done. We'll see.
Pat, we all know that bad teams, if you will, New England, the Raiders, the Titans, they all desperately need weapons for their quarterbacks. But to me, a good team that should be very aggressive is the Chargers. They are not going to tackle and take down the Chiefs, never mind the Ravens and the Bills, with the weaponry that they have around Justin Herbert. To me, if I'm the Chargers, I'd give up a 1 and a 3 for Terry McLaurin, and I would pay him because we need him.
Well, his production, Terry's production with substandard quarterbacks compared to when now they have one, but they didn't have one for his whole career. He would be outstanding there. And they probably do need that firepower on their roster in order to compete with not just Kansas City, but Denver. And I think if they don't, they're going to find themselves in third place there.
All right, you've been to Bills camp. What are your takeaways, particularly with their defense? Because the offense can score. They proved that last year. There may be some spots that they need to improve upon. I get it. I'm more worried about their defense. What have you seen? They put a lot of their draft into that side of the ball. They think they've made improvements. Where are they on that side of the ball, Pat?
Yeah, good question. Rousseau to me, they paid Rousseau, but Rousseau to me is a number 2 pass rusher. He's a complimentary rusher to a terrific rusher, and he doesn't have a big rusher on the other side. Joey Bosa, we all know Joey's medical history, so I am worried about their ability to rush the passer. And that sets up poorly for them when it comes to the big games. We've talked about this before. To get to the Super Bowl, which is their cry all the time, you're going to have to beat Mahomes, you're going to have to beat Lamar, and you might have to beat Burrow, and you might have to put those quarterbacks on the ground. So I don't think they have that. Now, did they beef up the inside a little bit to get better because they were not great against the run? Yes, they have beefed up the inside, and I think they'll be okay in there. That's the first place. Milano and Bernard, the linebackers, they like to play 4-2-5 defense all the time. Those guys are terrific tacklers, so they'll be okay there. Now, Hairston got hurt when I was there. And A, he's a rookie, and B, we'll see. Now you're asking Tre'Davious White to step up and be back to be who he was when he was originally a Bill, and I question that. To me, if I'm them, I'm looking for another corner. So that's where I see them. Cole Bishop, there's a lot of questions around him as a safety. And that means if he has those questions unanswered, you're going to see DeMar Hamlin again, which I don't think is a huge plus. I think they love the kid and all that business. So we're waiting for Cole Bishop. The pass rush, I don't think is going to emerge with who they have, honestly. And you'd ask, well, who do they go get? I don't know yet. Maybe it's Darius, somebody, but they need to get somebody over there. And then you cross your fingers and hope Rousseau becomes number 1, which I don't think he will.
All right. First, you went to the Patriots, and they've had a terrific offseason, upgraded a coach, year 2 for Drake May. But does he have any weaponry? I mean, defensively, they may be top 5 in the league, Pat, but offensively, are they still bottom 5 in the league? I mean, are all their games going to be 17-16?
Most likely. To just agree with you, Drake May is still a work in progress. It's going to take a while. I spent some time with him. He's interesting. He is on his way. They kind of like their running backs, and they think that they can. And this is another point I want to make about the 4 teams I've seen already. It's the first time in my camp tours of 20 years now that the first 4 teams I've seen all have fullbacks and are all planning to use fullbacks. I felt like I was in a throwback mode when I went to these camps. They're all clearly looking to force teams out of nickel personnel. And New England's a good example. They plan on being one of those teams. They're looking to say, can we get 2 tight ends on the field? Can we get 2 tight ends and a fullback on the field? 22 personnel. So, and it was a theme that every place I went so far. We'll see if it continues, but they know what they are. They have to play great defense and not make mistakes on offense, and that turns really into Drake May. I just don't think they're going to be great on offense, and you're probably right. If they can get to 24 points, they should win the game. If they get to 19 points, they should lose the game.
And Cleveland is another team that, well, I don't think expectations are that high. I think the roster is maybe better than expectations, but they have a quarterback problem. Joe Flacco is going to get the job. What did you see in the Browns as far as what's going on with that quarterback room?
It's clearly Joe's job, and Joe is in fantastic shape. He's very comfortable. I know Joe a long time. We spent a lot of time together, and Jimmy and I were laughing with him, and he knows who he is in this deal, and he is. I don't think he's thinking of himself as the last year of his career, by the way. So I did say to Joe, isn't it great to not be the oldest quarterback in your division? And he started laughing. He goes, I'm bringing that up at the meeting tonight. So he is the guy. They're all kind of waiting. Maybe if he falls apart. I don't think he's going to fall apart. I think he's going to play pretty good. But when the math says they're out of the playoff race, then we'll see what else they do. Pickett was doing very well till he got hurt. And the 2 young guys, they're not going to make enough progress to bump Pickett out of there. So
what do they keep 4, Pat, or are they going to trade one of them? I mean, would someone, if they're going to put one of those 4 on the practice squad, do they chance losing them? I mean, how do they handle 4 quarterbacks?
Yeah, we got into this a little bit last week. I said, I'm going to put one on IR. That's the way that's going to go. Probably Spaeder. You know, they're going to play preseason games. Did anyone waste their time watching last night? I watched the whole thing.
I'm sorry.
I know, but I really wanted to see how bad the backup quarterbacks were around the league, and I got a chance to see how bad they are. If I'm Detroit, I woke up this morning and go, okay, the bubbles burst. We don't have a number 2.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on now. Can we stop it? Carson Wentz, Ryan Tannehill, maybe even call the Chargers and say, quite frankly, hey, if Heineke's going to be your number 3, we'll take him. I mean, come on now. We're trying to win a Super Bowl here.
Well, you need to get something has to expose those things. Practice doesn't expose the problems. Last night exposed the problems. They don't have a number 2, and they need to fix that. He'll get rid of all the other problems, fumbles, and all that business, and he'll be great at screaming at them about it. But they also realize we got to do something about quarterback. Hendon Hooker didn't even start as the guy, so he's not even the 2. He's the 3, and then Allen went out and played worse than Hooker. So, yeah, so those things kind of cause you to start making decisions about what to do. What can I tell you? When I see Cleveland, this is the team that I basically went there to do one thing: study the pass rusher opposite Miles. They used 4 different guys in a team full padded practice. 4 different guys. That tells me they're searching. One of the guys had 2.5 sacks last year, McGuire. One of them, Wright, had 1 sack last year. So they don't really have someone that's even been a 7 or 8 sack guy. And if you're opposite Miles, you should be a 10-sack player. And I don't see that guy on this roster. So there's 2 teams that I don't think can fully rush the passer. They're going to run protection of Miles like they always do. And no one on the other side looks like they can take advantage of it.
10 seconds. They going to be able to score points on offense, or are they like the Patriots?
Well, their offensive line's better.
Okay.
That'd be the first reason I'd say that. Now, Judkins, of course, buzzard's luck in Cleveland, right?
Yeah, right.
He's the only guy unsigned and maybe unsigned for a while. They're trying to think of themselves as liking Dylan Sampson, the 4th-round pick. To me, I'm going to get Gus Edwards and get him in here and consider Judkins not coming this year.
Yeah, Judkins, for those that don't recall, the Browns' 1st-round pick, the running back, Ohio State, domestic violence incident. And the Browns haven't even signed him, never mind the fact that when he does get signed, then the league could come in and hand down some punishment although the matter is yet to be adjudicated. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio, moving the chains. More with Pat on the other side, courtesy of Pinchers here on Miller and Moulton.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So you should just putting one up. I didn't bring Pat back up on the screen.
I'm here.
Oh, I know. I just didn't throw you back up there. I just was a little slow this morning.
It's okay. I'd like to be slow. We are. I don't know why I torture myself with this. We have already driven 1,245 miles.
All right. 1,247 miles. Of those miles, how many miles have you been behind the wheel for?
0.
Okay. Then what are you worried about?
Trying to stay awake in the car.
Oh, I'd see that.
From falling asleep.
Okay, I'd be asleep right away. I'd look this as nap time, for crying out loud.
I'd love to, but I feel poor Mike Kinahan is. Jimmy's in the back. I always sit up front. Jimmy always sits in the back. He likes to stretch out. He's out, and I go. I can't fall asleep here and let Mike drive, especially on that road from Cleveland and Pittsburgh up and down those little mountains. It's dangerous. So I try to stay awake and talk to him the whole time.
So you guys are going to drive in the middle of the night tonight?
Yeah, because there's no flights. And we usually stay here and just drive to Washington in the morning, except because of the heat, Washington called us and said, we're going to move practice to like 9 a.m. And we got to be there before that. We got an interview then at 8 o'clock, so we got to go tonight. It's amazing how many airlines have canceled flights. They've canceled that late night flight that is the one we usually depend on. But after we get done with Baltimore, it's Washington, Baltimore the next 3 days after this. And then we fly and we have to drive one more time over to West Virginia, over there to the resort. The Houston Texans are there. And then from there, we're going to start flying.
The Greenbrier, right?
Yeah, the Greenbrier. But then all the other crews that are out, 2 of them have canceled shows because their flights were canceled and they couldn't get to the cities.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to fly into Washington these days.
Yeah.
Huh. Tell me about it.
Well, it is what it is.
Yep.
I didn't like it.
When are you down here, Pat?
Well, I'm in Tampa. And it's great because they're scrimmaging Tennessee.
Right.
And we are coming into there. Let me get my calendar out to get the date. we're flying in there on the 6th of August, and then we'll be with them all day on the 7th. They're great with us because we get so far we've gotten every head coach and every GM. So, and mostly every quarterback. We're waiting on Rodgers tonight, but
Well, the only problem is Chicago. And
I don't go.
I know.
And Jim said he's never going again. He said, "Why don't I listen to you when you cancel doing things?" I'm there going, "Why am I here?" I said, "Well, because you work for them."
And Irish football, I don't think. Pat, do you go west of the Mississippi this year?
Vegas.
Okay.
I tried to get out of going to see Pete. Nothing against him, but he said, "You can either come out with Sirius or I'm flying you out and you're going to spend 3 days with me." I said, "I'll take the Sirius trip. That's only a day and a half." I hate Vegas. I don't like anything about going there. No, I do like their facility.
You don't gamble, do you, Pat?
Horses.
Yeah.
I never bought a lotto ticket in my life. I've sat at a blackjack table maybe 3 times in my life, but I'll go to every racetrack I can find.
That's one thing we got to look at, Pat, in February and March. We got to make it. Well, it's hard because you got the show. We got to make a weekend trip to the Tampa Downs.
That's not hard for me.
It's an old school track. I've never been. I've heard glorious things about it. I would love to go up for a day.
Let's do it.
I'd rather go there than to Miami, believe it or not.
I will absolutely do that. Saturday morning, boom, out the door.
Yeah, I will do that. We got to book that trip. That would be fun. Because I grew up on the trotters and the harness racing. That's what we had in my town. I was going all the time.
They had that. My dad was at the Roosevelt Racetrack in Yonkers.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan as he is, beginning his training camp tours. 4 down and another 8 or so to go. Pat, before we get back to either the Patriots, the Bills, the Browns, or the Steelers, you said you watched the entire preseason game last night. I did not watch a play. We got a question in our Twitch chat room about the new first down technology and or how it appeared on NBC during the game. Was there a problem? Did you think it was okay? Was it slow? I mean, I'm just curious, how did it work?
Well, this probably verifies that it was okay because I never noticed it. And I was really watching I watch games for 2 things. What scheme are you in that's new? But mostly I watch to see the guys that you think are going to be on your roster as backups because that's who's playing in these games. How do you feel about it? And it really scared me for the Lion fans about the backup quarterback. So I wasn't watching the technology. But I will, you know what, the first thing I'm going to do is talk to a couple of coaches about it. And I'm going to be now venturing into the next week where guys are going to have played games or getting ready to play games. I will find out the opinion of most on that subject. But it wasn't even on my mind as the game went on, and I didn't feel like I was missing something. I just thought the game was moving along smoothly and et cetera. So I can't help on that one. But I do want to talk about Pittsburgh because it was my favorite camp stop of the trip so far, and and this is right to you, Mark, very impressed with what I saw in Pittsburgh. And number one, they are huge. They are a very big football team. When I say big, this is to you, David, kind of in the Bill Parcells big.
Oh, here we go.
Big corners, big safeties. That Wilson kid in the middle is a monster. Their defensive line, they're all going to be 325, 330. And I spent a lot of time on the defense in the first part. They had a 2-hour full practice. So this first hour, just defense. Very big and very physical. And then I moved over to the other side of the ball. Those 3 rookie linemen last year, they are blossomed into real players. starting with Frazier. So I'm not worrying about that line now, which I used to last year for sure. And then I saved the best for last because, and Mike Tomlin had a smile on his face when I sat down with him. They're gonna change people's views of how you handle personnel groups. And I don't want to give anything away, but he said, go ahead and tell them. I don't care. They were out in 4 tight ends, 3 tight ends. They were in 13 personnel. They were in 04 personnel, 04. No running backs, 4 tight ends, and it's kind of like they are going to challenge you to line up defensively. And Rodgers, say what you want about him. They absolutely need Rodgers. And Rodgers is in phenomenal shape. I would think that they're going to be a bigger problem. They're certainly, for me, a bigger problem than I thought they were going to be as I looked around at what they are. And their backup quarterback, Rudolph, can play. He's not a starter. We all know it. But when he comes off the bench to have to play, they got a chance, mainly because of the way they play defense right now and how big they are. So I loved what I saw in Pittsburgh.
Pat, I don't know if you ever talked to team doctors. I know you talked to the coaches and the GMs, but I saw Jennings with the calf injury, and we've gone through the basketball players with the calf injuries that have gone to Achilles. The Florida quarterback, which I know you don't do college, he's got a calf injury. Is there, when a player gets a certain type of injury, that's not, obviously season ending is its own thing, but are they being more guarded against things like calf injuries now because of all the Achilles tears that we've had? Is there anything that's concerning these teams that maybe they weren't as concerned about 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, well, I talk to Dr. Chow every week. He was the team doctor of the Chargers. He's got his own world and his own site where he's monitoring every injury in the NFL. And he reminds me literally every week of the dangers of calf injuries. They're chronic. They almost never fully repair. Guys get back on the field when it's not 100% because they've been already out 5 and 6 weeks. And either they're slower and walking with a gimp or they re-injure themselves. So don't like when I hear calf injury, I don't like what I think is going to happen. It's the same as the foot injuries, Mark, to your point. There is a lot of plantar fasciitis. There's a lot of other foot issues, and there's a couple of them already now. And it goes back to a lot of things. The surface they play on, the shoes they wear, etc. So foot and calf becomes pretty serious stuff in the National Football League. And, look at all the injuries to corners. You guys, I know David likes tracking. There's a lot of corner injuries already. And some of them are serious, like out for the year stuff. And Achilles, to your point. So anything below the knee has become a big problem in the National Football League.
2 things. One, to get back to the Steelers for just a second. Remember the Ravens, 300 yards rushing in that playoff game, 6 yards a carry. It doesn't surprise me that Pittsburgh got a lot bigger because to get through their division, who do they have to go through? Okay. The likely injury, however, for the Ravens, how concerned would you be about it? Baltimore likes to go multiple tight ends, sometimes 3 tight ends. He's arguably their best now. It's a foot injury. Those can linger. How concerned would you be if you were John Harbaugh?
Well, that kid likely is a big target. He's a big play waiting to happen. He's got vertical threat skills in him as well. So they can stretch the field with that tight end. They can force you into base personnel on defense when they bring him out with Andrews. If they're not bringing him out, remember when Andrews was hurt last year, they didn't have a problem playing nickel against those guys. So, yeah, I'd be real worried about it. As long as they have Andrews, that's really, even though he had the big drop, we all remember it, that is Lamar's favorite target on the football team. It's the guy if you're playing Baltimore and they're in trouble in a big 3rd down, double Andrews. Because Lamar is looking for Andrews. And he's not afraid to tell you when you talk to him.
Any idea right now who Aaron Rodgers' favorite targets are? You mentioned all the tight ends. They got Metcalf. Anything that you saw that makes you think he's got a rapport with anybody?
Well, Mike Tomlin said it best. You'll love what he said. He goes, just watch Freiermuth. He keeps saying to Aaron, where are we going for dinner tonight? he's always working his quarterback. So I think Fryer, he loves Jonnu Smith. Now they're doing some interesting things. I can't reveal everything I saw, but they're doing some interesting things with Jonnu Smith. And they had a plan when they took him. So I could see him becoming a serious target for those guys. I did spend time with their little guy, Calvin Austin. He's the shallow cross slot guy, and he's fast as a hiccup. Aaron, I asked him how many no-look throws has he given you? He said almost half of them are no-look throws. And he told me, don't read my eyes. Just get open. And I watched him do it yesterday. Just looking to the right and throwing no-look throws right to Calvin Austin. Very dangerous play.
All right, very quickly, your schedule after the Steelers, okay? Because we don't know when we're going to talk to you next week. But so in the next 7 days, where are you going?
Baltimore, first off, Washington tonight. So we'll be there all day tomorrow with the Commanders, and then straight over to Baltimore, which is a no-brainer. Then we're going to Houston, but we're not going to West Virginia to the big resort there. That's where the Texans are. Interesting team to go visit. Then we're popping on a little plane and getting over to Atlanta to see the Falcons. Can't wait to do that. Then down to Tampa, and Tampa is scrimmaging Tennessee, so I get a chance to see both teams. Then I get home for a day to do the laundry, and then out to Vegas for a couple of days with Pete, and then back into the Jets, and then I'll probably wrap it up with a stop with the Giants. Talk to them a little bit about finding the right day.
Pat Kirwan moving the chains with Jim Miller. They're doing their training camp tours, as you could tell. Pat joins us throughout the season, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between Pinchers, where you can't freight fresh. And, of course, Pat and all our guests joined us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Obviously, safe travels. Hang in there. And we appreciate you making time for us.
My pleasure, guys. And I'll set a couple dates. You can pick one. Be good.
Pat Kirwan here on Miller and Moulton. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm sorry. Who's the best, Ryan? I didn't know. I mean,
Arch.
best in- Art?
Feinbaum said he's the best since Tebow.
Okay. Based on what?
It's a great question, Mark.
I mean, look at I hope he is. That would be great. Be great for college football if Arch Manning's terrific. It would be wonderful. But based on what?
How about this poll question? Which of these 4 SEC quarterbacks will he be better than over the rest of his career? Johnny Manziel, Cam Newton, Joe Burrow, Tua.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
29 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. By the way, at first glance, next week, Thursday, Phil Steele at 8 o'clock. Very likely Friday at 8 o'clock, Pat Kirwan. So if you just kind of, bookmark that for yourselves. Thursday of next week, Phil Steele for a half an hour, beginning at 8. Pat Kirwan, it looks like, will join us again next Friday. I guess that's laundry day. And we will get Pat then. Hey, did Pat sell anybody on the Steelers? He was very positive.
Yes, he did,
about the
David.
Steelers.
Yes, he did. Texter, let's go Steelers. Hell yeah, Pat made my day. Some all caps in there too. I tried to give that inflection when I read the text.
Okay. All right, humor me more than you already do. So we don't think a wild card's coming out of the East, correct?
No.
And we don't think a wild card's coming out of the South.
No.
Now, obviously, we can be wrong. So then basically what we're
By the way,
saying
better odds in the South than the East to me.
Oh, okay.
Jacksonville or an Indy sneaking up before a Jets, Patriots, Dolphins sneaking up. That's just my opinion.
Okay. So then what we're basically saying is the AFC is going to be a lot like the American League right now, where we think it's going to come down to the third place team in the East versus the third place team in the West as to who gets the final playoff spot. Can't you now say third place team in the North versus third place team in the West for the final playoff spot in the AFC? Is that fair?
I think that's preseason. I think that's very fair, David. Very fair.
All right. Therefore, November 9th, right now it's scheduled for Sunday Night Football. Steelers at Chargers.
That seems to be a big game. I mean, that's a home game for Pittsburgh out west, but it seems to be a big game. By the way, quickly, fan distribution, Steelers at Chargers.
Oh, my goodness. At least 2-1 Steelers.
Because it will be sold out for that game. The Steelers will sell that out with their fan base.
It's also not the weekend after Thanksgiving. It's November 9th. So 2-1 Steelers. And that's with the Chargers winning 11 games last year, making the playoffs, and expected to be a playoff team this year. So whatever fan base they have, you would think is pretty fired up. And I will say, looking at the early season schedule, I could see the Chargers getting off to a good start. I could. Now, you may think, hey, Pittsburgh's not going to be a third-place team in the North. That's a Cincinnati worry. Or the Chargers aren't going to be a third-place team out west. That's Denver's worry.
Well, that's what I was going to come back to you with. Of those two teams, who's most likely to be the third-place team? And I think right now it's the Chargers.
Okay.
Right now, when I look at the West, I think Denver's ahead of where the Chargers are for a lot of the reasons you've talked about. I don't know where the weapons are with the Chargers.
I also don't know where the pass rush is.
And Denver's defense is elite. If Nick's, he's another one. He doesn't need to take 2 leaps forward. He just needs to take a half step forward this year. He had a really good rookie season. If he builds upon that at all and doesn't go CJ Stroud, then Denver should be better.
But
I think CJ Stroud's maybe step sideways had more to do with his offensive line and receivers being hurt than it actually did with CJ Stroud. But we can't measure injuries, and we don't know what'll happen at this point with either team. But to me, when I look at Cincinnati, is their defense any better than it was a year ago? Is their offensive line any better than it was a year ago?
I can't imagine their defense is going to be worse, to be brutally honest with you. I'm going to just bet the change in coordinator and scheme. I do think Golden will be more aggressive. I don't have a problem with being more aggressive because if you give up the quick score, great. We get Burrow and company back on the field. I'm being serious. I think sometimes the worst defense you can have when you have an explosive offense is the bend, don't break defense where the other team has 6 to 9 minute drives all day. All day. Okay. And that limits the number of possessions your offense gets. I actually don't mind my defense if it's not that good. Okay. If it's going to be not that good, I'd rather be aggressive and give up the score quickly than be the bend but don't break and give up scores every time. But it just make them, take a long time in doing it.
By the way, David, you mentioned the Chargers having an early season schedule that's advantageous. I think Pittsburgh does as well. First 5, 3 are at home. The 2 road games are at the Jets and at New England. Those are teams that Pittsburgh roster-wise is better than right now. Then at home, they have Seattle. They have Minnesota, and that's the game in Dublin. And they have Cleveland. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Pittsburgh get off to a 4-1 start.
Oh, my goodness. Would the NFL love that?
Yeah, they would.
The networks would love that.
Yes, they would. Second half gets a little more challenging, but the first 5 at the Jets, home for Seattle, at New England, the Vikings in Dublin, bye week, home for Cleveland.
Well, hell, 4-1.
They'll be favored in every game.
It'll be a push against the Vikings or slight dog. But
at home? No.
I thought that game's in
Dublin. It's in Dublin. They'll be favored.
Okay.
How high are you on J.J. McCarthy right now?
Well, you got to remember, the Steelers were a 9-win team last year. The Vikings were a 14. I'm just thinking it'll be close to a pick 'em,
All right.
but it will be, I mean, great storylines surrounding Aaron Rodgers, though, obviously. Opens with the Jets, the team he was with for the last 2 years. Every time if he plays anybody in the NFC North, it's obviously,
And they play the entire NFC North this year.
they get the Packers at home, right?
They do.
Yeah, he doesn't go to Lambeau.
I'm hoping that those tickets go for a premium.
I'll bet they will.
I'm banking on it, David.
By the way, how about a 4-1, 5-0 start for the Miller household trying to unload those season tickets? You are sure as hell hoping they get off to a 4-1, 5-0 start.
Damn right.
That's ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching right there.
Damn right. A little discount this year because the no Dublin game having to pay for it. So there you have it. But I'm more. I don't know how positive I am on the Steelers. I'm just not nearly as positive about the Bengals making this return that everybody else is. Burrow gets sacked a ton. The O-line's not any better. And you're right, David. The defense has to be better. But the defense was god-awful last year. So how much better is it going to be?
But they went 9-8 with the defense being a sieve.
And had to win 5 in a row at the end of the season to do it.
They did.
When they were basically out of it.
Yep. Almost got in, though.
Right.
But,
well, I mean,
back-to-back 9-8.
They gave themselves an opportunity to get in, and then Kansas City said, we're not going to play our first team.
Right.
Enjoy the playoffs, Denver.
Right. I mean, no offense, guys. You had 16 other weeks to get the job done.
Right. You lost to New England. This is on you.
Exactly. Right.
This is not on us.
We have to look out for ourselves. Sorry, Cincinnati. Besides, he may be really good one day, but we'll take Bo Nix and the Broncos in the playoffs instead of Joe Burrow and you guys, okay? We've seen Burrow up close. That's a problem. The other guy, he's got potential, but he ain't a problem yet. Could be soon, but not last December, January. But do you think I'm off base, though, in saying that the Chargers and Steelers are third-place teams? Or do you still have Pittsburgh ahead of Cincinnati until proven otherwise?
I still have Pittsburgh ahead of Cincinnati until proven otherwise. I really do. Cincinnati has to prove it to me.
Okay.
And that's it. You talk about a team that needs to get off to a good start. Is there any team in the league that needs a start in a positive way more than the Bengals? Because they have gotten off to awful starts under Joe Burrow. They really have.
Well, Mark, also, when you look at the schedule, I mean, they did give them 2 wins to start the year. Now, it gets challenging very quickly after that. You went through the Steelers schedule where the first 5 looked very manageable. But come on now. The NFL schedule maker gave the Bengals at Cleveland and home for Jacksonville. And I know they struggle with the Browns. I know.
I was going to say, I'm sorry, what's Joe Burrow's record against the Browns?
I understand. But if you're going to be what you think you're going to be, shouldn't they go to Cleveland and win? Injuries are probably not going to be a factor. A couple of the times Cleveland's beaten them, injuries have been a factor. But, I mean, come on, Mark. If the Bengals are going to be remotely close to what certain people think they're going to be, and the schedule maker gives you Cleveland and Jacksonville, where did those teams draft last year?
Oh, I know. I'm with you.
You got to win those games.
Right. They played New England the first game of last year. So I'm sorry. I'm going to hold all reservations on the Cincinnati Bengals until they prove it. And David, you're right on the first 2, but here's the other side of it. I can flip it the other way. 4 of their first 6 are on the road. They play at Cleveland, at Minnesota, at Denver, and at Green Bay. 3 of those teams expected to be playoff teams. They host Jacksonville and Detroit. Oh, yeah, by the way, week 7, short week, home for Pittsburgh.
Well, that's another reason why, and I think they know it. It's why Chase and Burrow have both said, we'll play in the preseason. They took a look at the schedule. Schedule's been out since mid-May. They know they got to be 2-0. Those 6 games that immediately follow, Mark, that you just rattled off, those are good teams. Those games are not going to be easy. They got to be 2-0. Once again, they're in the AFC. The schedule maker gives you a win. You got to make it a win. It's tough to get to 10 there.
Yeah, they can't screw up this year. I mean, you look at their schedule and the fact that they're playing the AFC or the NFC North, 4 competent teams, and the AFC East. I mean, they've got to go 3-1 against the AFC East. They can't screw up any of those games.
Well, and you got to beat the Browns twice.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, you do.
You're right.
And in that case, then you're 5-1, and you got 11 other games. You might even be able to afford to go 5-6 in those games, and then you enter the playoffs with Joe Burrow and those receivers, and you go, all right, let's give it a shot.
But you're right. They have 2 games they should win. If they don't, if they're just 1-1 after 2, then trust me, the best they're doing is 3rd place.
I agree with that. And it also could come back to that week 1 stat that you and I love so much, where basically half the teams that win week 1 make the playoffs, and only a quarter of the teams that lose week 1 make the playoffs. And who do the Bengals open up with? Cleveland on the road.
There you go. Hey, a reminder, our Fantasy Football Summit is coming up on Tuesday, August the 12th. It's at Shoeless Joe's. Would love to see you there. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up. Dr. Roto giving you his time, his insight, his answers, his sleepers. He'll dig deep with you on players, answer all of your questions. Sign up, millerandmoulton.com. Still plenty of room available. Should be a great night. We start the evening off at 6. You get dinner. 7 o'clock, Dr. Roto starts his thing, and we'll go for a couple of hours. It is a great night. Really hope to see you there.
By the way, it's funny that we played the schedule game early on with Pittsburgh, okay? And we're talking about the Bengals here and how challenging it is early. I believe 7th game of the year is Pittsburgh at Cincinnati. Mark, if the Steelers are off to the start that you anticipate and the Bengals with this schedule, I mean, Cincinnati will be at home. Like you said, it's a Thursday night game. The Bengals will be looking across at Steelers. There'll be at least a game, maybe even 2 behind them in the standings. Looking around going, this is about as must as a week 7 game can be, isn't it?
And Thursday home games, to me, are must-wins for teams. When you lose a Thursday night game at home, you're giving a game and a half away because teams on short weeks, by the time we get to mid-October, it's a little different. Miller and Moulton. The bonus hour is upcoming. For those of you that don't join us on the bonus hour, have a great weekend. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for
It's
details.
time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish, now considering the fact that you're in Colorado, you bring absolutely positively nothing to this show. You can't visit our sponsors. You can't, I mean, there's nothing you provide for us. You can't fill out a book to help us out on ratings. You can't visit any of our sponsors. You're worthless. So whatever, dude. You're absolutely worthless to this show. Well, Michael, you don't try to cause animosity every day, but unfortunately, no. I mean, unless you subscribe to our Twitch thing, then I think, would make $1 off of you a month. I mean, no. You can't help us make money, and you can't make us money. And we're honestly in business to make money, believe it or not. We need sponsors, and we need people who support our events, and we need people who support our sponsors. That's the lifeblood of this show.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this first day of August. To some, it's now a football Friday because there was preseason football last night. Mark even making the case that, you know what, I'm willing to sign off on week 0. Being the start of the football season, which would mean the college number is down to 22. Kansas State, Iowa State, and Dublin, not enough for me, not enough meat on the bone. I kind of feel like that's a boneless wing, Mark. Okay, I kind of feel like that's 5 or 6 boneless wings. Nuggets, if you will. And I don't know if that's enough for me anyway to hang my hat on. So my magic number is 27. Yours is down to 22. Good for you. All right.
I mean, here, just let me sell you again, David.
Okay.
Let me try one last time.
Gotcha.
Because you didn't buy what I was selling. So let me bring in a righty from the bullpen.
Okay.
Phil Steele. He has Iowa State as one of 3 teams he's predicting to be tied for first in the Big 12. He has Kansas State as one of 3 teams picked tied for 4th in the Big 12. So he is saying that these are 2 of the 6 best teams in that conference, and they are meeting week 0. Now, if it were an ACC game and I gave you Pitt and Georgia Tech, who both are picked to finish lower than that, but we're both a little higher on, I think you'd be into that game. I really do. You're high on Pitt this year. You think they got a little something. I think we both think Georgia Tech is a salty team.
Yes. And I'm the only one high on Pitt, by the way. There's no one else that's high on Pitt. I don't even know if folks in Pittsburgh are high on Pitt. But I think they'll be a salty 8+ win team. And yes, Georgia Tech will be a salty.
They will. So I think that's a fair, Big 12 to ACC. They're comparable conferences.
No,
and I think the game I gave you is comparable to the one that's actually being played.
Here's the reason why ultimately I'm going to come down as no. It's one game, and it's the only one. Okay, and it's not. Now, I understand you have to have a season opener. Every league has a season opener. To me, Iowa State, Kansas State, in Dublin is like the Major League Baseball season opening in Japan. Sorry. Doesn't work.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, no. So come on now.
No.
Yeah. It's Dodgers and whoever over in Japan.
Play a preseason game after the week 0 game.
Well, I do think both come back and schedule an automatic win, though, don't they?
Probably. But that's college football. I mean,
might as well be a preseason game.
Well, now come on. Well, not really. Iowa State has South Dakota for their next game.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
All right.
I think
Kansas State second game, North Dakota.
Well, I mean, it's not South Dakota State or North Dakota State. I mean, that's different.
I got you.
Okay, but no, North Dakota, South Dakota, 2 FCS playoff teams, I believe, from a year ago. I'll always refer to North Dakota as the Sioux. I think South Dakota's the Coyotes because South Dakota State's the Jackrabbits.
think that's how that works.
I know you're right on the Jackrabbits. I'm not sure on the other.
Yeah, well, then USD is definitely the Coyotes then. But
all right, let me see if you're fired up about this. I'm just trying to get you to like sports again, David.
right, that always has been a problem with this show.
I couldn't help it.
If I could just have a little bit more love for sports, if I could dedicate a little bit more time in my life to sports. My wife says it to me all the time, you know, if you could commit to this career, you might amount to something.
Yeah, as you're dying to get off the air so you can catch the end of the British Women's Open, for crying out loud.
All right, USA Network, baby.
And your girl there, Wode.
Unfortunately, she's going to be done by the time we're done.
Yeah, it's funny. You did the starting five. You said she was 3 under. By the time I looked, she was 4 under. She made another birdie. So
yeah, but unfortunately, she made 2 bogeys coming in. She finished, I believe, she was 2 under going into 18. So was Nelly. Okay, my 2 gals are already done for the day. What am I going to do?
And I think we've got a 10 under on the board already, so they're way behind. Are you going to take in Braves and Reds tomorrow night?
Absolutely. I'm all in on this. In fact, I tried all night last night to book a guest for this time slot to talk about Braves Reds Saturday night from inside the Bristol Motor Speedway, arguably the best short track on the NASCAR circuit. I'm absolutely fascinated as to what the dimensions are going to be.
And I don't know the dimensions. I just saw a view of what the ballpark's going to look like inside the stadium. And to me, it looks better than the football stadium looked inside of there because they did the college football game.
Really?
Yeah, it looked cool. And I wasn't sure, but it looks, and I think because I think in that part of the world, you've got Braves fans, right? I mean,
well, and Reds fans. Okay, Cincinnati, Ohio is not that far away from Bristol's Northeast Tennessee. Okay, Reds aren't that far away, you know, because the Reds farm club forever. I mean, Louisville was. I know they've been the Cardinals, but I thought they've also been the Reds. But no, I mean, they picked those teams for a reason. By the way, because of that game tomorrow night, Reds Braves today is 12:30, so that the teams can travel to Bristol, Tennessee.
By the way, David, your dimensions are going to be 330 down both foul lines, 400 straightaway center, 375 to the right field alley, and 384 to the left field alley.
Okay.
So pretty standard baseball dimensions, I would say.
Yeah, in fact, to left center field, that's pretty deep. So, okay.
But it looks cool. It does. I'm interested in this. I'll tune this in on Saturday.
Totally. I will as well. For what it's worth, Reds and Braves do not play Sunday. So this is a 3-game series, Thursday through Saturday. They've already had about as crazy a regular season game as you could have, with the Braves scoring 8 in the top of the 8th last night and the Reds scoring 8 in the bottom of the 8th last night. By the way, 2007, the last that you had asked earlier, and I had told you it had happened 3 other times, but apparently the most recent time it happened was 18 years ago. There was a major league game in which each team scored 8 or more runs in the same inning against one another. That's nuts. I would have thought it would have been like 80 years, not 18. I mean, that's crazy. Especially since 18 years ago, you could bring relievers in to face one batter. You know, you didn't have to do the automatically got to face 3 guys. You could do righty, lefty the whole inning. But so crazy game last night that the Braves won in 10. They'll play a 12:30 special today in Cincinnati. Then they'll both short flight to Bristol, Tennessee. And tomorrow night on Big Fox inside Bristol Motor Speedway. I applaud baseball for doing this, by the way. Why not?
Well,
What the
look, at
heck?
every time that they've done something like this, and the Iowa game was really cool. The game last year in Birmingham was incredible. Everything about that was awesome.
I mean, it would have been the only thing that would have made it better is if Willie Mays had lived another couple of weeks and had been at the game.
I
But
know.
the fact that they turned it into an ode to Willie Mays was pretty damn special in and of itself.
It really was. It really was. And I thought that game was special. And I didn't have any feeling one way or another going in to watch the broadcast.
Right.
And it nearly brought me to tears 2 or 3 different times. It was like, wow, it was a powerful game. This is very different than that. I don't want to say it's a money grab compared to the two, but it kind of is, because they're going to sell a boatload of tickets to this thing.
Apparently, according to Sonny on YouTube, they've already sold 85,000 tickets.
Right. So this is very different, but it is unique in that it's a part of the world that doesn't get something like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's why, and it's kind of an awkward comparison, but it's why David and I, when we talk about the Live Tour, when they go to the middle of the country that's never had a golf tournament, they sell all kinds of tickets. People are unbelievably excited to see some of the best players in the world close to them. Well, it's the same thing here in Bristol. You think about the trek you got to make from that part of the world to go to a ball game. Not easy. It's basically a weekend in a hotel and a lot of expense. They're coming to you. So I'm with you. I applaud Major League Baseball for this.
Hell, 85,000 tickets for Reds Braves at Bristol. I think that's more than they're selling for the spring race at Bristol these days.
I think it's more than the Rays are going to sell all year.
Hey, you mentioned something off air yesterday. Let's give you a Rays Tropicana Field update. Mark, how's that going?
Well, it was announced yesterday, and I know all of you listening, if you did not read or hear this news, are going to be shocked. But guess what? The original cost to refurbish Tropicana Field, well, it looks like they're going to go over budget.
What? Oh, wait a minute.
Cost overrun, David.
Construction costs overrun, 3 words that have never been put together in a sentence before. I mean, there's not a single homeowner who's done a repair on their house that has ever experienced construction cost overrun. There's no stadium in America that's ever had a construction cost overrun. What is going on here?
So far, they say it will at least be $4 million more than expected.
Please, at least $4 million. Please, put a 1 in front of it.
The proposed cost of repairs were $55.7 million. Apparently, that could increase to just under $60 million. David, I'll put the over-under at $63.5 million. Where would you go?
Mark, I'll put it at 73.5. Honestly, over. I'm going to keep placing the over bets every month when you bring this up. Over.
Shocking
Please.
news. Construction cost overruns at Tropicana Field. Miller and Moulton, we've let you down today. We did not have a poll question. That's on us. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Skip, everyone knows that construction everywhere is always on time. Wink, wink, nod, nod. I actually thought one of the best things states have done in the last 20 or so years is offer financial incentives on the road projects, because I think it's worked in some cases.
She didn't get hurt, so I can laugh, and this is not a left-right thing. Did you see the video of Elizabeth Warren?
Totally. Totally.
She does look like she's trying to be too cool for school with that lean back into the desk and everything goes down. And look, this is not a Democrat Republican thing, because we've all been there or we've all seen someone who's done that.
Told the story last week. I fell off a stage.
Right.
Totally.
David, Street and Smith is reporting that the NBA Europe franchise fees, this is not for an NBA team, this is for an NBA Europe team, that the NBA is pursuing franchise fees of more than $500 million. And the league's preferred number is somewhere between $500 million and $1 billion.
Well, Mark, I mean, it's our preferred number too, right?
Well, I mean, that's for the G League in Europe. I mean, right?
Yep. I will say, after she fell, it's the only bipartisan thing that we've seen in the last few years. Was I think the first two people to reach out and extend a hand were Republicans.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day one. Some final thoughts, a pick or two, all coming up. Miller and Moulton. Reminding you to go to millerandmoulton.com. You miss any part of the show, you can download it. Mark podcasts every hour of the show immediately following the hour. There you have it. Takes out the, good chunk of the commercials and everything. millerandmoulton.com. Download what you missed, like Ryan Spaeder and Pat Kirwan on the show earlier today. And while you're there, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's a week from Tuesday, the 12th. It's dinner, Dr. Roto, Miller and Moulton, and you, and a whole lot of football talk. Whole bunch of information so you can crush your fantasy football draft and then keep that little cheat sheet and notebook next to you every week when you're submitting your roster so that you can win your fantasy football league. I've had many people who come to it who literally come back the next year and said, I finished first, I finished second. I'd never done that before. So we're trying to help. This is our biggest commitment to fantasy football. A lot of other shows spend a lot more time on fantasy. We do like one segment a week, but we provide the summit. millerandmoulton.com. Sign up. Hope to see you. Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers on the 12th.
I just did attack everybody that has signed up for the text line too. Literally, as you were saying that, they were ding, ding, ding. They were all getting their text about.
Oh, look at that. Miller and Moulton working in tandem there.
A little right, left coming at you right there. A little combo.
I like it. I like it a lot. By the way, speaking of baseball, because we talked at the Reds Braves game at Bristol, Tennessee, inside the racetrack tomorrow night. Do you have a team that you feel very differently about now after the trade deadline, which was essentially two very busy days? It was Wednesday the 30th and Thursday the 31st, because some teams made their major moves on the 30th. But I'm just curious, Mark, is there a team or two that you feel differently about now as opposed to, say, Tuesday?
Yes, one in each league. I think there was a clear winner in each league yesterday. The Astros in the American League and the Padres in the National League. Now, with the Padres, I don't know if it's enough because I still think 1-6, it's a crapshoot in the National League. I really do. Are they any better? Like the Phillies did some nice things. They got a closer. I don't know how much Spaeder, the outfielder, is going to help. Maybe some defensively. I don't know. The Yankees did a nice job, but I didn't like their team heading into the trade deadline. So I don't think that much more highly of them. I think less of my Tigers. I didn't like what Detroit did. I thought the other teams did more. So I was concerned with them. Did the Padres, my big question, David, is did the Padres do enough to catch the Dodgers?
Well, do they have to, though? I mean, I don't think it's imperative. First off, and we said it yesterday, the 6 playoff teams in the National League are separated by 4 games in the loss column. I mean, to accurately predict, even if you can predict the division winners right now, tell me what seeds they're going to be. 1, 2, and 3. Take your best shot. I'll bet against you, not because you're not smart, but because this is a crapshoot.
No, you're right. You are absolutely right. I do think being one of the top 2 seeds matters. Yes, I think you're going to be able to stack your pitching the way you want for the next round of the playoffs, and avoiding the wild card's important to me. Maybe not to you. I think Seattle got better. Obviously, they added a big bat. That was important. But the one thing that I may be more sure of, David, is that I don't believe And I know the Rangers picked up a starting pitcher, but I look at where did they improve more than Seattle?
No.
To me, no.
No. The irony is Seattle needed hitting. You know what they went out and got, Mark? Hitting. Texas needed hitting. Do you know what they went out and got, Mark?
Pitching. But the other thing is that when I look at the teams that are not in it, that are on the cusp, if you know what I mean, I don't love what the Rangers did because they needed a bat. The Red Sox did nothing. So can the Rangers end up catching the Red Sox? It's a possibility. But I thought that, the Royals tried. Let's see what happens there. Of the teams that are not in the playoffs, I thought the Royals did the best job to improve their club in the last couple of days.
I would agree. With that.
The Reds went out and got a third baseman. Great. He can't hit at all.
They went and made a couple of other minor deals, but is it good enough to infiltrate right now the Elite Six that's in the National League? What are the Reds? 4 back of San Diego?
3.5, but yeah. But the Cardinals, and I wasn't expecting them to do anything. The Giants sold some parts, so
Right. The Cardinals and Giants were sellers. They're right around 500. They said, the hell with it. We're done. We're out of it. But you're right. What you said earlier in the show, they're selling, and then there's the Minnesota Twins. We will look back.
Unbelievable.
From now on, it doesn't matter the sport. Football, basketball, hockey, you name it. Mark, are they sellers? Yes. Or are they 2025 Twins sellers? Oh, I don't know, David. I don't know if anyone will ever be 2025 Twins sellers. They had a game 2 days ago. I believe 11 of the 26 guys who were in uniform are no longer Minnesota Twins.
David, we did get a question on the text line after my mass text woke everybody across the Southwest Florida and Jacksonville region up. Why do the Marlins keep selling and not model off of the Rays and Brewers? The Marlins didn't really sell off what they were supposed to yesterday. I mean, that's the one. I'd start with that. Alcantara, I thought, was going to be traded. He wasn't.
And he is going to be traded, but he's going to be traded in the offseason when they can get more.
And they think that they're building a team like the Rays, that they think that they have good prospects. They have great pitching prospects. I mean, they can actually get rid of Sandy Alcantara and be okay with their pitching staff going forward.
What's disappointing to the Marlins fan who texts us, though, Mark, is that Jesus Sanchez, who they did trade to the Astros, who's a solid player. He is. He's not spectacular. His floor and ceiling, I don't know how far apart they are. He's just a good, solid, dependable major league player, hit 6th, 7th in a good lineup, that sort of deal. Mark, he's under contract for 2 1/3 more years. And we don't consider this a lot of money. He's making $4.5 million.
Even the Marlins don't consider that a lot of money.
Now, his next 2 years, he's eligible for arbitration, and you usually get raises, and the Marlins figured we'll sell him with 2 1/3 years left and get the most for him. Remember, for the Marlins, that means they'll save $1.5 million between now and the end of the year with him no longer on the roster. And obviously, we know the Marlins count their pennies. But they're also looking at Jesus Sanchez and thinking he's going to make $6+ million next year, and he's going to make $8 million the following. We're out. He's solid, but he's not someone that we're going to spend that kind of money on, especially if quietly inside the offices in Miami, do you believe you're going to be a contender?
And win.
Right. Or are you spending $15 million for the next 2 1/3 years of Jesus Sanchez, and you're going to be fighting to be 500?
But man, the difference between 81 wins and 89 wins is not that much, and 89 gives you a shot.
I know. And with their pitching, in theory, healthy, they'd have a hell of a shot in a short series against just about anybody. I get it. I do. But right now, I think the Marlins look at themselves and go, we're a 77-win team. And to get to 89, it takes more than Jesus Sanchez. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Next. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I follow Rolling Stone magazine on X because you know me, I like my music, even though there's no new music worth listening to hardly.
Right.
But every once in a while I find things. But they gave this album 4.5 stars. I have no idea who she is. Renee Rapp. She's pretty good looking. Says Renee Rapp isn't happy, but she's hot on Bite Me. The name of the album is Bite Me. She apparently was on Broadway for Mean Girls and then did part of the film for it. She's reasonably attractive. I will say that. She's young. She's 25, but
Is this rock?
The genres. It says pop rock, R&B. I don't know. Now I'm going to listen today. Now I'm going to go on Apple Music and listen.
When's the last time? I mean, how else can you purchase music these days?
Well, I subscribe to Apple Music, so I can get, I pay whatever a month, so I can download whatever I want at any time.
Hey, Paula, I'm curious. Well, you don't play fantasy though, so it's no offense. It's not, you're not the best person to ask. But okay, because believe me, we've wondered about streaming, okay, the event. But I'm curious everybody's price point. What would you pay? Because it would cost serious money to stream it.
Yeah, and David, it will never happen because all the people who attend would no longer attend.
Well, exactly.
Watch it on streaming.
Well, exactly.
We'd have to get 500-600 people to take it in streaming to make it worth our while, and I don't think there's a way we could do that. I don't.
Right.
It would cost so much money to pull that off the right way.
It would cost a few $1,000s.
Easily.
No doubt.
Because you'd have to have camera operators and cameras.
Yeah. We looked into it.
You'd have to have a sound. Then that's all got. Then, you almost have to hire like the mini truck that does the FGCU games.
Never mind the financial arrangement you'd have to make with Roto. Are we just splitting profits here? Okay. I mean, that's why, trust me, we did look into it last year. And it was thousands to do it and do it in a way that people would purchase it.
And I think it takes away from the intimacy of what the event is.
Oh, well, there's no doubt about that. I'm surprised the event's not huge. I mean, you guys all tell me, many of you during the season care more about your fantasy team than you do about the games. The event's fine. It gets its 50, 60, 70 people, but I actually thought this event was going to be huge.
I will say, I think there are a lot of people that listen to us that are in Feeney's world right now. At committee tonight, and it's $60 plus the fees, so it's like $70.
Oh, Feeney, we understand. We get it. And we're sympathetic. Hope you don't think we're not. Because we've been there. We may be there.
We are there.
I was going to say.
Kidding me? This show is, treading water, and it's getting harder and harder. We don't add 2-3 sponsors by the fall. Whew, boy. I had to do some editing on the podcast today because Pat and I were talking right up into the voiceover there. He does not care about cues.
No.
Intros or outros. Doesn't care. One of my favorite things about him. And that was my fault because I brought up the Tampa Downs with like 30 seconds left in the break. That's on me.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, and that's when we are out of here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Phil Steele next Thursday, 8 o'clock. Phil Steele next Thursday at 8. Pat Kirwan next Friday at 8. As we begin our countdowns or continue our countdowns to the start of the college and pro football season, which is now less than 4 and less than 5 weeks away.
If you're like me when you listen to your podcast, whether it's this show or any other, I got great advice from folks on this show a while back. Listen to a podcast at 1.5 times speed. Easy to understand, everybody, and you can listen to it a little more quickly. I think it's solid advice. I'm giving you a quick public service announcement. When you download the Phil Steele portion of the show from next week, you're not going to be able to. Not that he's a super fast talker, but he gives out so much information so damn quickly that my head spins in real time doing the interview, let alone trying to listen to it. I've never, ever had someone, and David has the best memory of anybody that I know personally. What Phil Steele is able to retain about every team is staggering to me, because we can throw him a curveball and go Kansas State, and he's ready. It doesn't matter what team we talk about. It's uncanny to me.
I know. We don't even hear like the turning of the pages.
No.
So it's not like he's sitting there with his own magazine and turning the pages, which we could understand. I mean, I have to admit, if Miller and Moulton had a magazine and you called us up to do an interview about the season, okay, we'd revert to our magazine. Well, it says right here on page 36 there, Charlie.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
360 pages in that magazine.
He's got an FCS magazine. He's also putting out an NFL magazine.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a little while now. He's jumped into the NFL a little more.
I didn't know that.
Today was a day when, by the way, it's brought to you by one of our great sponsors, Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs, and Naples. Online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, or you can call them for an appointment at 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441. Mention Miller and Moulton and get 10% off your service. Let's see. Happy birthday, Colorado. They became the 38th state of the Union today in 1876. Today in 1900, the first Michelin Guide was published by the Michelin Brothers as a hotel and restaurant reference guide to encourage more road travel and thus boost tire sales. Now it's the premier restaurant award if you get a Michelin star. Harriet Quimby passes her pilot's test and becomes the first U.S. woman to earn an Aero Club of America Aviator's Certificate in 1911. 1914, kind of a big one today, David. After Austria-Hungary had already declared war on Serbia, Germany declares war on Russia and France. The key to this one that I do love, David, is that Emperor Wilhelm of Germany declared war on Russia. His cousin, Tsar Nicholas II. 1918, Pittsburgh and the Boston Braves play a Major League Baseball record 20 scoreless innings before the Pirates win 2-0 in 21. 1936, the Summer Olympic Games are opened in Berlin by one Adolf Hitler, and he would look to be the fool by the end of those Olympic Games by a certain American sprinter. 1945, Mel Ott hits his 500th home run. At that point, he joins Babe Ruth and Jimmy Fox as the only players to have hit 500. 1964, A Hard Day's Night by the Beatles goes to number one. 1971, the Sonny and Cher Comedy Hour debuts on CBS TV.
If you just could watch just to see the fashion, okay, and the microphones.
Absolutely. That same day, 1971, Richard Petty won the Dixie 500 in Atlanta to become the first NASCAR driver to win $1 million in career earnings. It started today in 72, David. Woodward and Bernstein published their first article exposing the Watergate scandal.
It would take a while. It would take a while to percolate.
But it started today. 1973, couple of sports notes here. Thurman Munson and Carlton Fisk brawl at home plate in Fenway Park. The Sox would win the game 3-2.
It's when the Yankees and Red Sox really hated each other. This whole early 2000s thing, 1999, it was cute. It was entertaining. And they met in the playoffs, which they never did before. But let's go to the 70s.
Also
the
today,
number of brawls. Sorry,
right.
Mark.
No. Also today in 73, the struggling Virginia Squires trade Julius Erving to the New York Nets for George Carter and cash. Think that's a one-sided trade?
Yeah, I do.
Two musical notes from 81. Endless Love, Diana Ross and Lionel Richie. It was the song of the year in 1981. It was released today. It is Billboard's greatest song duet of all time. And also another little thing happened. This network started today by the name of MTV. We all know that Video Killed the Radio Star was the first video, but David, who's the artist?
Oh, it was the Buggles.
There you are. All right. Well, okay.
Want my MTV.
Thank you, Billy Idol. Today in 86, Bert Blyleven becomes the 10th player to reach the 3,000 strikeout milestone. He two hits the A's. They beat him 10-1.
60 career shutouts. 20 of them 1-0. Okay. And we had to almost move mountains to get him into the Hall of Fame. Like 287 wins, 60 shutouts, like 3,400 strikeouts or 3,600 strikeouts. Unreal. And CC Sabathia goes in first ballot. Are you kidding me?
1987 at the Pittsburgh Civic Arena, Arena Bowl 1. The Pittsburgh Gladiators lost. David, do you have any idea who won Arena Bowl 1?
No.
The Denver Dynamite.
Oh, wow.
Also today in 87, Mike Tyson outpoints Tony Tucker in 12 rounds to become the first to own all three major belts, the WBA, the WBC, and the IBF belt.
Yep, Tucker had the IBF, and he had to fight him and beat him to unify it all.
Today in 88, Rush Limbaugh began his nationally syndicated radio program.
One of the greatest lines ever. I don't want to say I was big in Sacramento. I wasn't a big fish in a small, I was a whale in a bathtub.
1996, the epic fantasy novel Game of Thrones was released, and Michael Johnson wins the 200 at the Atlanta Olympics in a world record time to become the first man to complete the 200, 400-meter double.
Do you remember that race?
Yeah,
because
very well.
Okay, he came around that last turn and exploded into another gear. I remember I yelled, got out of my chair and yelled. It literally was like he had a jetpack on his back when he kicked it into his final gear. It was unbelievable.
William Clark, you know, the half of Lewis and Clark,
right?
Herman Melville, who wrote Moby Dick, Dom DeLuise, funny man, Jerry Garcia, Cliff Branch, Trevor Berbick, and Coolio would have all celebrated birthdays today. Chuck D is 65. Brad Faxon is 64. Stacey Augman is 57. And Madison Bumgarner is 36 years old today. What did I miss, David?
It's funny. I think, well, Berbick was, anyway, but you mentioned Tyson unifying the title today in 87, right?
Right.
I think it was 86 that's who Tyson beat to win the title. And Berbick was doing some talking leading into the fight. Like, listen, he hasn't fought anybody. You know, I've been in there with so-and-so and so-and-so. I'm going to get in there with him, and we're going to mix it up. And Tyson knocked him down like 5 times.
Funny, of all the names on that list, I thought you might revert to Stacey Augman and those great UNLV teams.
Oh, well, that's a whole other story. I only got one thing for you today. The very first Six Flags opened in Texas today in 61.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I absolutely love this story. And I guess it's because I occasionally go down a TikTok hole where I see a lot of Karen videos, and they always make me laugh. But a Karen, a.k.a. Mrs. Anonymous, called the police in Pennsylvania to report about kids who were too close to the road being annoying and a nuisance because they were selling lemonade. Officer Mark Sangudo responded to Miss Anonymous's call, and the Upper Allen Police Facebook page shows him responding to the call. That's when he took a selfie with the young entrepreneur while he enjoyed, as he said, a refreshing cup while making some new friends. Cop went and bought some lemonade, took a picture with the kids, basically telling Mrs. Anonymous to go blank yourself. Good for you, sir. Good for you. We go to Colorado for the bad, where police ended up in a hoof chase through a neighborhood where a pair of young goats escaped from the owner's property. The Wheat Ridge Police Department shared body camera footage from a chase involving a goat kid and community service officers in North Wheat Ridge. The video ends with the small goat being captured in a net and carried home in an officer's arms. The officers then returned the goats to their owner and helped identify a gap in their fencing where the goats escaped. Finally, the ugly, we bring it home to Collier County, where a traffic stop led to the arrest of Perry Mason Jr. The car apparently reeked of marijuana, and Perry immediately got out of the car and started burning a substance. That substance turned out to be Peruvian marching powder. So not only was he charged with evidence tampering, he was charged with cocaine possession. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 1st, here on Miller and Moulton.
As Mark referenced earlier, the Women's Open Championship is going on right now in Wales. Listen, nobody knows who this young lady is. She turns 24 tomorrow. Miya Yamashita from Japan. There's not a round on the course, Mark, that's better than a 3 under 69 so far that's been posted, except her 7 under 65. And she leads. That's some pretty good playing right there. When so far, you're at least 4 shots better than the field. That's pretty good. Wode and Korda are both 2 under, 9 shots back. They're only 2 shots out of 4th, but they're pretty.
But there's
far
a
back.
huge gap between the top and
right
and 4th. Charlie Hall's played 4 holes. She's even today, 1 over for the tournament because there's really no one else to pay attention to.
So Golf Channel, by the way, you got the Wyndham Championship, the last event before the FedEx Cup. That is later this afternoon. So there's actually 2 afternoon baseball games. We mentioned the one, which begins at 12:30. It's the Reds and the Braves, because then they got to get on a plane to make the short flight to Bristol, Tennessee. It's about 300 miles, and that's ground miles, so it's less air miles. But the other afternoon game is Baltimore and Chicago to face the Cubs at 2:20 today. For what it's worth, Marlins are hosting the Yankees. Do you think they do 70,000 for the 3-game series?
The Marlins?
Marlins hosting the Yankees Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
23. Yeah, I do. I'll go over 70,000. I'll go over.
Okay. It better be, in all seriousness. Rays are hosting the Dodgers.
I mean, 2 pretty good series in the state of Florida. You want to go see the Yankees or the Dodgers?
Right. Now, you and I don't bet baseball very often. A couple of other series are worth watching. Texas and Seattle continue their series. Mark, is it a World Series preview in Philadelphia, the Tigers and the Phillies?
Man, I hope you're right. That would be awesome. Miller and Moulton. Have a great weekend, everybody.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton